gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the Africa here as we continue to explore the exciting and transformative future of gaming in Africa. Yesterday, we kicked off the event with a powerful keynote speech from His Excellency, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Executive Governor of Lagos State. His inspiring address set the tone for the conference, highlighting the importance of innovation and collaboration in shaping the future of gaming across Africa. We also delved into emerging markets, taxation challenges, and the rise of women in gaming, sparking valuable discussions and connections. Well, today we have even more in store. We'll explore topics such as navigating Francophone markets, the growth of esports in Africa, responsible gaming practices, and innovations in payment systems. Our expert panelists and presentations will provide deeper insights into how we can continue to push the boundaries of the gaming industry across the continent. Thank you once again for being here, and let's make day 2 just as impactful as day 1. As you all know, I do not speak French. I think you found that out yesterday morning. MC Faster Foster.
Bonjour à tous.
Thank you.
Et à tous. Hier, on a fait beaucoup de choses. Le gouvernement, il est venu, il a parlé des importances de l'innovation en Afrique. Et aujourd'hui, nous allons continuer avec le panel aujourd'hui. Et mon frère, il est ici, Monsieur Damien. Il est parmi des panélistes aussi aujourd'hui. Nous allons continuer avec un grand défi auquel les entreprises de l'Afrique, ça là c'est la langue parce que les gens ne parlent pas bien la langue française. Peut-être nous allons pays francophones et les choses comme ça. Et on va continuer de parler, de faire... de connaître l'innovation à propos de ça. Bonjour, je m'appelle Oulabi RDJ et avec moi c'est Stephanie Koka et on va continuer. All right, now today we're going to start.
I want to double check that they understood, because I don't understand French.
Okay.
So all my French speaking guests, are we carried along with what he said? Yes, we have many panel sessions today. What else did you say? We have a francophone.
And I said Stephanie Koka is going to be sharing food after this panel.
Did he say that? Oh my goodness, you're setting me up. We have guests here that really don't play with their food, as we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
All right, let's kick off the first panel. It is the francophone panel.
And today, the topic is on navigating francophone markets. Although I have something for this. On défi des grands défis auxquels les entreprises sont confrontées lorsqu'on se débutant à de nouvelles régions et la barrière linguistique, et cela est particulièrement vrai pour les entreprises cherchant à pénétrer le marché francophone. Au-delà de la langue, les nuances culturelles, les différences réglementaires et composants des consommateurs jouent tous un rôle crucial. Aujourd'hui, nous avons un panel prestigieux d'experts issus de divers marchés africains francophones qui partagent leur expérience de première main, les défis uniques qu'ils ont rencontrés et surtout des solutions pratiques pour naviguer efficacement sur ce marché. Et aujourd'hui, nous allons appeler des gens et nous allons appeler des panélistes. Et notre modérateur d'aujourd'hui, il est ici, il était ici hier et il a bien parlé aussi. S'il vous plaît, acclamez pour Monsieur Damien Raymond, Chief Operating Officer, Sharp vision. S'il vous plaît, acclamez. Alright, he's our moderator for today, and his name is
Mr. Damien
Raymond.
Raymond.
Please, a round of
Chief
applause for him.
Operating Officer, Sharp
Yes.
Vision.
And aussi, nous savons aussi appeler notre panéliste et la première personne ici est Cissé Momodou, the Director General Regulatory Authority for the Games and Similar Practice Sector. Please, a round of applause for him, please. And the next person on our list.
Joel Madingu, Head of Velex DRC Kinshasa Legal and Affairs Manager.
Please, a round of applause for him as well. And also we have Mustafa Kamara, Chairman Board of Directors, Senegal National Lottery, LONASE. Please, a round of applause for him. And the last person on our list is Ghislaine Aikou, Managing Director of Sharp Vision, Benin.
Panel is complete. And I believe we have 25 minutes for this panel. So I will please implore that we keep to time. I'm trusting Mr. Damien over there. Thank you. A round of applause for our panel.
All right, thank you. And on
Thank
this
you.
panel, they will be speaking French language,
Yes.
but Monsieur Raymond is going to help with the translation as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you again for the organizers to put on this session. It's a very good opportunity. I will translate. I will do the translation. Most of the panelists speak French, so I will ask them about several questions about opportunities, about regulatory, about specificities, and let me introduce first about the reason why it's important to have this topic. Africa, and we talked numbers about Africa yesterday. It's a big continent, a lot of languages. A lot of countries have English as their main languages, but there's a lot of French countries who has French as a main language. There's more than 20 countries, that's more than 400 million people speaking French. And so there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of gaming operators who would like to enter this market. And so I will ask it in French to them the question about, well, how do we enter? So, mon cher membre du panel, merci de tous être présents. Je vais vous donner la parole pour que vous vous présentiez, votre rôle et votre raison. Et la première question, ce sera quelles sont les opportunités, comment, en répondant aux opérateurs de jeu, comment faire pour pénétrer le marché francophone. So, en commençant par vous, Monsieur Cissé.
Hello. Merci Damien. Bonjour. Je suis M. Cissé Mamadou, directeur général de l'autorité de régulation du secteur des jeux et pratiques assimilées de la République de Guinée, un pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, francophone effectivement. L'autorité de régulation a été créée en Guinée depuis janvier 2023, donc c'est une jeune autorité de régulation naissante. Effectivement, la régulation dans nos pays francophones existait bien avant, mais c'était chapeauté par les sociétés nationales de loterie, comme dans beaucoup d'autres pays à date. Cela constitue aujourd'hui, c'est vrai, une contrainte pour la pénétration du marché en Afrique francophone, parce que les sociétés nationales sont elles aussi des sociétés d'exploitation de jeux. Et c'est une des réformes majeures en République de Guinée de faire cette séparation de rôle entre exploitation et régulation. Donc à date, la Guinée a acté cette réforme en mettant en place une régulation différente d'une exploitation. la société nationale reste une société anonyme qui exploite désormais les segments de jeux comme toute autre société de jeux. Cette contrainte demeure en général en Afrique de l'Ouest, et en Afrique francophone en général, comparativement à l'Afrique anglophone, parce que les anglophones ont déjà pris de l'avance en mettant en place la régulation. Le fait d'avoir une régulation indépendante favorise l'émergence d'un nouveau marché, favorise la mise en place de nouvelles réglementations et favorise tous les autres aspects liés au secteur des jeux. Parce que la régulation, comme on l'a dit hier, va se consacrer à des rôles plus régaliens et à des spécificités plus réglementaires. Hier, le débat était très intéressant sur la taxation, qui est un problème. Ce problème demeure partout dans le secteur des jeux, je pense même en Europe, partout, parce que les États font face à des besoins de mobilisation de ressources de plus en plus. Les secteurs qui génèrent beaucoup d'argent deviennent des secteurs qui sont, auxquels on demande beaucoup de faire plus. Donc, c'est normal que le débat soit posé. Mais le plus important, c'est que ce débat soit posé de façon très sereine et très responsable. Sinon, tout le monde pense que le secteur des jeux est le secteur où il faut venir prendre beaucoup d'argent. Mais il ne faut pas oublier que ce n'est qu'un secteur qui est alimenté que par des parieurs et les industries des jeux et l'État. Donc ces trois acteurs doivent pouvoir se partager dans un équilibre à retrouver. Donc si de plus en plus nos États, nous représentons l'État en tant que régulateur, mais notre rôle c'est de donner les bons conseils à ce que la fiscalisation à outrance peut entraîner comme dérive et effet négatif sur la performance du secteur. Donc ce sont des défis majeurs, effectivement des contraintes de réglementation qui sont aussi partagées dans d'autres pays. Et les forums que nous faisons doivent aller plus loin en des séances de travail plus approfondies sur ces questions de réglementation, de fiscalité, afin que nous puissions arriver, nous, régulateurs, sociétés de jeux, à formuler des méthodes ou des modes d'opération, de modes de taxation plus équilibrés et à proposer à nos États. Parce que souvent, le plus difficile, nous sommes en face d'acteurs de l'administration fiscale qui ne comprennent pas forcément le secteur, mais qui sont à la recherche de ressources supplémentaires. Voilà ce que je pourrais dire pour le moment et passer la parole. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. So I'll translate not word by word, I'll do a summary, otherwise we'll run out of time. So very quickly, CICE is leading the authority in Guinea, ARSGPA, and it's a new authority that has been created 2 years ago in 2023. And before that, the regulation was done through the National Lottery, and it has been a major reform who allowed now the authority to concentrate on the setup of the market in focusing on the mission of the states, mission that were protecting the players and taxing correctly. And CICE insisted on the fact that tax has to be fair, that government want to raise a lot of tax, and the gaming industry is managing a lot of money, and so it's a question, there's a debate on how much tax should be raised, but he insisted that taxes have to be fair, that players are the one who are playing and bringing money into the system, and taxing should be fair for everyone. It's important for the players, for the respect of the players, and the respect of the operators. Merci beaucoup. On to you. Même question.
Merci. I will answer in French, but allow me to say one word in English. I'd like to say thanks to the organizers of this event for this opportunity. Thanks to Dr. Charles for his currency exchange services. And most of you are probably aware of what is happening in my country, DRC. And if I decide to attend this event, it's because I believe that our generation can create a better future for young generation. So thanks for this event, and thanks for you all, and may God bless Africa. Thanks. So my name is Joel Madingu. Je suis le responsable de Velex DRC. Je ne maîtrise pas très bien l'anglais, mais je me débrouille quand même pas mal. Je représente la société Velex, qui est, n'est-ce pas, un cabinet conseil en accompagnement et investissement des affaires en Afrique. Et moi, je dois directement répondre à cette question. J'aimerais épingler un principe qui est tout d'abord très important chez nous au Congo, c'est que les jeux d'argent sont prohibés. Ça, c'est le principe. C'est-à-dire les jeux d'argent sont interdits. Mais exceptionnellement, le gouvernement a trouvé des mécanismes pour donner des licences aux sociétés ou aux investisseurs qui veulent évoluer dans ces secteurs, aux opérateurs, suivant certaines règles qui sont reprises dans la loi. Mais s'il faut parler aujourd'hui des stratégies pour pénétrer le marché congolais, je dirais qu'il n'y en a pas beaucoup, mais les seules stratégies qui existent sont très efficaces. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il n'y a pas trop de contraintes en ce qui concerne les textes, parce qu'on a à peine quelques textes qui réglementent le secteur et qui sont plutôt très clairs, très limpides. Et les procédures également pour obtenir les licences ne sont pas très compliquées, mais quelquefois beaucoup plus longs et quelquefois aussi beaucoup plus coûteux. Mais pourquoi les licences sont coûteuses? Tout simplement parce que la partie fiscale en RDC n'est pas dans ces secteurs justement de jeux d'argent. On n'a pas donné un accent beaucoup plus gourmand en ce qui concerne le régime fiscal. À peine les opérateurs payent 10% sur les gains des parieurs. C'est la seule taxe que le gouvernement congolais pioche sur les gains des parieurs. Mais de l'autre côté, il y a les coûts de la licence qui, du reste, restent énormes, bien que j'aimerais vous signaler qu'il y a aujourd'hui la nouvelle réglementation avec le ministère de Finances qui essaye, n'est-ce pas, de réduire tous ces coûts qui, d'autrefois, allaient jusqu'à 300 000 $. Mais aujourd'hui, le ministère de Finances essaye de les réduire suffisamment pour avoir des licences. Je donne un exemple. Si vous voulez opérer seulement dans le pari en ligne, vous ne payerez que 50 000 $. Donc, ce sont des propositions et qui d'autres sont déjà en vigueur, mais d'autres non. Mais pour bien pénétrer le marché congolais, il faut premièrement savoir ou connaître l'approche culturelle et sociale de la population. Ça, c'est de un. Pourquoi? Parce que par l'approche sociale et culturelle de la population, cela vous permettrait même de développer une meilleure stratégie marketing. Ça, c'est de un. Et de deux, cela vous permettrait de connaître quel système de paiement mettre en place, parce que ça dépend justement des habitudes d'une population. Et de trois, savoir comment communiquer. Vous savez, le français, c'est une langue officielle chez nous, mais en ce qui concerne la communication, le lingala ou le swahili prennent beaucoup plus d'ampleur et beaucoup plus de force. Donc voilà en quelques mots ce que je voulais dire en ce qui concerne la pénétration du marché congolais. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Joël. So, same again. Oh, aware of time, I will translate quickly. So in Congo, It's quite complex, but you can get a license. There's not too many constraints, but it's costly. There's not too many taxes. He gave numbers about the price of license, $300,000 and $50,000 if you're going for online. And he explained that Congo is a big country, where there's a lot of cultural differences within Congo. And one way to adapt is to take into account all the local languages. And I'll stop there. You talked about payment system, and I'll come back to that after I have a question about this topic, aware of time. Passing on to the next person. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. Donc, mon nom c'est Moustapha Kamara. Je suis président du conseil d'administration de la LONASE, qui est la loterie nationale sénégalaise. So, je vais parler en anglais, je pense, pour épargner à Daniel la translation, et puis parce que je regarde aussi la montre et je vois qu'on n'a pas beaucoup de temps. So I'm trying to speak in English, so to spare to Daniel the translation effort, and also because I'm looking at the work clock and I see that we don't have enough time. So I am Moustapha Kamara, as I said. I am the chairman of the board of directors of Senegal National Lottery. So in Senegal, we just have one entity, which is the National Lottery, which was created in 1987, and we do the regulation and the exploitation. Basically, we still have the monopoly of the land base. All the land base is just the National Lottery, and we have opened up about 10 years ago for the online to the private sector, and we have 16 operators in Senegal at the moment. So, to answer your question about how to penetrate the market in Senegal, I'm in the game for about 25 years now, and I'm saying it's no different to any country you go. So, you go anywhere, you just have to localize your content, so that's one thing, and also you have to localize your marketing strategy, which is just basic stuff, so I think that is valid for everywhere you go. So in Senegal, the process is quite straightforward, so you apply for a license, so there is no entry fee, so to make it clear. You apply for a license, and there is a due diligence, and you get approved, you get your license. In terms of taxation, we tax on the GGR, so the company pay on the GGR tax, and also for virtual product, there is a VAT. So basically, it's no difference to anywhere you go to say around the world. If you want to open online business, just localize your content, as I say, localize your strategy based on the cultural differences. In terms of jurisdiction, we don't have something very specific or very hard for any operator to fulfill. I would say, you're all welcome to if you want to apply for a license in Senegal. So the due diligence process will take time, definitely. So it's not now, especially now with the new political regime we have, to avoid all, we have closed, I think, all the loophole in terms of corruption and stuff. So, and we're not giving license to everyone. So the due diligence takes time. So that's all I have to say. And and the next question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamara. Merci beaucoup. And pass it on to you, Ghislain.
Yes. Merci, Damien. Alors moi, c'est Ghislain Haïkou. Je suis le directeur général de Sharp Vision Bénin. Donc Sharp Vision accompagne le gouvernement du Bénin dans la régulation du secteur de jeux en ligne. Alors, je vais être bref parce que je vois que le temps est passé. Je pense que je prends pour moi tout ce que mes autres panélistes ont dit, surtout le Sénégal. Alors, pour entrer sur le marché du Bénin, c'est très simple. Il faut d'abord avoir un partenaire local, c'est très important. Et ce partenaire vient et fait une demande d'agrément au gouvernement. Donc, il y a une étude qui se fait et il y a un droit d'entrée. Donc, le droit d'entrée, je pense qu'on a renforcé le cadre juridique. Aujourd'hui, au Bénin, ça a beaucoup évolué. Donc, le droit d'entrée est évalué à 150 millions, je crois, de francs CFA. Et après ce droit d'entrée, vous créez votre société, il y a un due diligence. Et Et évidemment, vous commencez par exercer. Et en termes de taxation, je pense qu'il y a, d'abord, vous devez payer, il y a les taxes sur les jeux de hasard, qui est de 25% du produit net des jeux. Et il y a une autre taxe qui se nomme les redevances. Les redevances aussi, c'est 50%, enfin, pardon, c'est 5% du PNJ. Et il y a une dernière taxe, enfin, c'est pas des taxes, c'est des frais, parce que vous utilisez la plateforme. Donc, il y a des frais d'utilisation de la plateforme qui est 0,55% des dépôts. Donc, voilà, en termes rapides, les différents steps que si un opérateur de jeu veut venir sur le marché du monnaie, doit remplir. Aujourd'hui, on a 4 opérateurs de jeu. Il y a OneIsBet, je crois, OneIsBet, BetClick, BetPower et la Loterie Nationale. Donc, pour l'instant, vu la taille de la population, je pense que le gouvernement a décidé pour l'instant de s'arrêter à 4 opérateurs, mais il y a quand même des potentialités pour venir encore sur le marché des jeux. Donc voilà à peu près ce que je pourrais dire sur le marché béninois que je connais mieux. Merci Damien.
Merci beaucoup. I'll translate. He explained the process to get a license in Benin. First is to get a local partner, and this local partner will ask for an agreement. He gives the price in CFR francs, so I have to do the calculation. It adds up to about $70,000 to get the agreement. He explained the taxation system, and it's based on PNG, which would not be the GGR, but a net gross, not a gross gaming revenue, but a net gaming revenue. So it's a bit more complex, and I think I will go quickly on this one. But he ended by saying there was fees on the mobile money. So actually, this is a very good transition to my next question. It's maybe explain some specificity about mobile money in each country, which I think is more spread into all the French-speaking part of Africa. Maybe back on to you if you want to add something on mobile money and other culture difference.
Ok, merci. Effectivement, le marché africain, surtout le marché francophone, le mobile money est un instrument important dans le secteur des jeux. On pourrait dire que c'est un élément déclencheur de la réussite du marché des jeux. Comme vous le savez, l'Afrique est très en retard, on le dit, en matière de bancarisation. Mais avec le mobile money, aujourd'hui, l'Afrique a rattrapé beaucoup de ce retard à travers l'utilisation des mobile money. Donc, le mobile money est très utilisé par les joueurs. Et ce qui est un outil formidable pour nous, régulateurs, je prends le cas de la Guinée, ça nous a facilité d'aller vers la maîtrise des flux financiers dans ce secteur. C'était pas facile parce que quand nous avons pris fonction, nous avons trouvé que les opérateurs de jeux avaient déjà des contrats directs avec les mobile money. En tant qu'autorité de régulation, de redessiner l'écosystème avec beaucoup de pédagogie avec les sociétés de jeux pour leur faire comprendre que dans notre mission de régulation, nous devrions obligatoirement maîtriser les flux financiers. Nous devrions maîtriser les risques financiers qui sont liés aux problèmes de paiement des parieurs et des paiements des redevances de l'État. Et que nous devrions, dans notre mission de lutte contre le blanchiment, aussi avoir un regard sur ce flux financier. Donc nous avons redessiné l'écosystème et finalement les sociétés ont adhéré à notre politique et parce que nous sommes allés plus loin, nous sommes allés vers les mobile money pour leur expliquer aussi qu'elles ne pouvaient pas continuer à imposer aux sociétés de jeux des taux qui étaient très élevés. Nous avons rediscuté les taux de commission de toutes les sociétés de mobile money et donc ce qui devenait un facteur important positif pour les sociétés de jeux. Donc toute cette reconfiguration a permis aujourd'hui à ce que nous puissions ensemble, nous, opérateurs de jeux, avec un système de monitoring, un partenaire technique, à faire de telle sorte qu'aujourd'hui, en tant que régulation, nous avons une vue d'ensemble sur toutes les opérations qui se passent avec les mobile money. Et ce travail, ce n'est pas financier seulement, c'est technique aussi. Parce que, à date, nous avons travaillé de telle sorte que tous les problèmes qui se posaient entre un parieur et les opérateurs et les mobile money, ou entre un opérateur et les mobile money, ont été dissipés au fil du temps. Les problèmes étaient énormes, personne ne voyait les problèmes. Les week-ends, ça criait parce que les gens n'arrivaient pas à jouer. Aujourd'hui, tous ces problèmes sont maîtrisés parce que nous avons intégré un système qui fait que nous avons un service 24 heures sur 24 qui est là pour assister les parieurs, les sociétés de jeux à ce que tout soit fluide sur le système. Donc, ce n'est pas seulement des aspects financiers, mais c'est des aspects aussi de faciliter le jeu pour le parieur, mais aussi de lui garantir que quand il passe un pari, quand le pari ne passe pas, pourquoi le pari n'est pas passé, il faudrait que ça soit diagnostiqué et solutionné. Donc aujourd'hui, le mobile money est un vecteur pour nous tous, garanti pour l'État, garanti pour les parieurs, garanti pour les sociétés de jeux. Et si chacun joue le jeu, l'environnement devient plus facile pour le parieur. Le parieur sait où se plaindre désormais. Les parieurs embêtaient beaucoup les opérateurs de mobile money. Aujourd'hui, les parieurs viennent vers nous, mais de plus en plus, avec la fluidité, nous avons moins de réclamations des parieurs depuis quelques mois, parce que nous avons travaillé avec les opérateurs. Les opérateurs jouent le jeu, chez nous en tout cas. Ils participent à ce qu'on puisse réussir avec le système. Et chacun joue le jeu, chacun est transparent là-dessus, afin que nous puissions résolver tous les problèmes. Ce qui fait qu'aujourd'hui, une confiance est créée entre nous et tous les services de mobile money. Et ce que nous avons remarqué, les gens avaient peur au début. Mais avec le système, la fluidité a fait que les chiffres vont croissant. Parce que tout le monde a confiance. Le parieur a confiance, l'opérateur a confiance, l'État a confiance. Tout le monde joue et les chiffres ne font qu'accroître. Les opérateurs de mobile money avaient peur de baisser les taux de commission, mais on les a poussés dans les discussions. Ils ont baissé. Au bout de 3 mois, on a évalué. Au bout de 6 mois, on a évalué. Ils ont vu que les chiffres montent. Donc, même là, on vient d'avoir encore des baisses en fin d'année, qui a permis encore d'améliorer les services à ce niveau. Donc, le mobile money était un outil formidable, mais nous devons, nous, autorités, nous impliquer auprès des opérateurs de jeux pour que tout le monde puisse jouer le jeu, baisser les coûts de commission des mobile money. Ça rend encore plus facile cette industrie et l'accroissement des chiffres.
Merci. I'll translate again, summarize again. So he said mobile money was a very important aspect and very important tool because now the regulator is also regulating mobile money. And that allows the government to fulfill their mission. By monitoring the mobile money, they can fight against AML or do AML. They can control for the fraud by monitoring the mobile money. they can control and measure better. And although by controlling the mobile money, they make sure that everybody gets paid. The player gets paid when they're winning, that the states get paid when there's for taxes, and also with the work they are doing, they're able to assist, to bring support to the player when there's a dispute. And so eventually it was beneficial for everyone. There was a growth in the market that benefits it to the operators, that government benefited from, and even the mobile money operators who had to lower their cost were able to benefit from the market growth. And I think it was a very good answer, and it will be kind of the same principle for all the countries. So I will not repeat the questions, and as we're running out of time, I will just ask for a question from the audience that you can, and I will translate your question in French if needed. Any question from the audience that you want me to ask? If not, I will just thank you everyone. Merci beaucoup à tous d'être venus aujourd'hui. Je pense que c'était très important d'avoir cette session en français pour justement donner la parole. And I was thanking them for coming in. It was, I think, very important to give talk to such a big part of Africa. Yesterday we had women in gaming. It was important to give this floor to women. Here it was important also to give floor to this part of Africa that not always has time to express. Merci beaucoup à tous.
Thank you very much.
Wow, that was...
Can we please stay for photos? Thank you.
All right, please a round of applause for them for the wonderful panel. Monsieur, comment allez-vous? Monsieur Mourmont, oh, vous avez bien fait, vous avez fait la tradition et comment vous avez fait ça, non? Please a round of applause for him, he's great. For him to speak French and English and translate and do everything, it's not easy. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we want you to just view yesterday's highlights. Thank you. Can you just please display the highlights? Thank you.
Hi guys, this is Age Lagos 2025. This is the first day, the networking and cocktail event. You're welcome to join us, and let's go. Africa. You're welcome to day 2 of Age Lagos 2025. This is the second edition of the Africa Gaming Expo, happening here in Lagos, Nigeria, the center of excellence and the city of aquatic splendor. Come with us as we listen to panel discussions, thought leaders, insightful discussions, and conversations, all from the world of gaming, casino, fintech, and of course, artificial intelligence. You're welcome to Age Lagos 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government and the people of Lagos, I want to extend very, very warm welcome to all of our guests, local and international, to all of our distinguished panelists, speakers, partners, exhibitors, innovators, creators, financiers, to enjoy this African Gaming Expo 2025. Thank you very much.
We certainly had a memorable day and evening yesterday, and I hear there's still more to come this evening. There's a dinner and awards night. Are we excited about that? Oh, I'm not going to tell you about the bang bet draw then, because I know that there's one particular lady here who's looking forward to that bang bet draw. You told her she might win a car.
No, that when she wins, I will get the car from her.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this our French-speaking host. What will I do with you, hey?
You don't have to do anything.
Yeah, all I have to do is actually move on to the next panel. Thank goodness for that.
Okay.
The next panel is on responsible gaming practices enhanced by technology. This panel will be moderated by Elizabeth Lusk, Chief Strategy Officer at Grio Evidence Insights. So please, a round of applause for her as she climbs the stage. Thank you.
All right, and the panelists, the first person on the list is Bimpe Akingba, Business Development Manager, African M. Zeko. Please, a round of applause for her.
Mr. Peter Emolemo, Chief Executive Officer, Gambling Authority, Botswana. Round of applause for him, please.
And
Thank
the next
you.
person on our list for today is Gifty Rita Amao, Deputy Director, Legal Gaming Commission of Ghana and Ambassador, Women in Gaming, Ghana. Please, a round of applause for Women in Gaming.
Yeah. I need to get into gaming.
Yeah.
Seriously. Nathaniel Odofi, Head of Products at YouVerify. Round of applause. Hey.
And
this
the last
bang bet draw. I think I might have to enter. Am I qualified to enter? Because I think I might need to win this car.
Okay, no, you can't enter. Or the last name on our list is Kenneth Nwako, Head of Operations, Premier Lotto, Baba Ijebu. Please, a round of applause. I would like to say the Baba Ijebu, but please a round of applause for him. Do you know something? They said Baba Ijebu, that Ijebu means Baba Ijebu, they don't give.
That's not actually true.
Okay, you see now. I will ask him.
I'll tell you the story about it later.
Really?
Off stage, yes.
Okay, let's go.
Round of applause for our panelists and moderator. Thank you very much.
Hello? Excellent. Okay. Thank you so much for having a panel on responsible gaming practices enhanced by technology. Thematically, we're looking at balancing entertainment and player protection and thinking through emerging markets. We have a fantastic lineup for this discussion to explore these RG practices enhanced by technology with panelists representing regulatory, compliance, B2B technology, and operator perspectives. I'm excited to have this conversation with you folks and to be here and learn about what's happening in Africa. So for today, we're going to cover the regulatory environment for the various jurisdictions being represented, as well as any innovative technologies being leveraged, social responsibility practices, and issues of sustainability in gaming, and recommendations from our panelists in terms of the future of responsible gaming practices with an emphasis on the emerging markets folks are working in. So I'm going to start us off with the regulatory environment, and I'm hoping, Peter, you can get us started in terms of what you see as the role of regulatory bodies play in shaping responsible gaming practices. So you can tell us about your approach in Botswana.
Thank you and good morning. In Botswana, what we did, we looked at the prevalence of problem gambling, because there's a difference between responsible gambling and problem gambling. We did research and we determined that of those that go to casinos, because when we did that research, we were mainly regulating casinos. 95% of them, they are gambling responsibly, then 5% of them, they are having problem gambling issues. So what we encourage regulators to do is do more research in terms of responsible gambling. Then we also have exclusion program, which is very, very important. We do train those that work in the industry around issues of responsible and problem gambling. Even today I saw online that my team is training a company that has recently been licensed. So they're training them on issues of responsible gambling. Then the other important thing is to also do the KYC. You should know our clients as in their gambling patterns. So it's very, very important as regulators to do the research, do the training, do the public education, as well as study customer gambling patterns. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So we heard a bit about self-exclusion, capacity building, public education, and knowing and being able to identify folks who might experience problem gambling as opposed to potentially sort of lower risk. So I'm wondering, Gifty Rita from Ghana, if you want to talk to us about your approach.
So basically, I think we started off from a point of we recognized that there was a problem with the kind of marketing and advertising that was run by the operators. And very early on, we realized that we needed to put in place rules that would ensure that they market and advertise to the general public in a very responsible manner. Because the first point of getting any punter or any player to sign on is the marketing that you put out there. So in 2020, we got approval to roll out advertising guidelines, a policy, as one of our major steps towards ensuring responsible gaming. So we have advertising guidelines for all operators, and everyone who has a marketing campaign, an advert that they intend to roll out, any marketing material, it must be vetted and approved by the Gaming Commission before you can run it. So we ensure that the information that you are putting out there is not information that is misleading. It is not creating the impression that gaming is a means of changing your lifestyle. It is not catered towards children or to minors. You are supposed to clearly state that the gaming is addictive in all your marketing material and that you should gamble responsibly. And also that whatever representations you are making are actually accurate and not sensational. So these are the things that that was the very first thing that we did. In addition to what Peter has already said, which are definitely having rules for KYC, ensuring player verification. Now, the unique thing about Ghana is, I don't know whether you know, you've heard, we have something called a Ghana card. Now, the Ghana card requires that it has your biometric information. And your mobile money, your mobile number is linked to your Ghana card. Your bank account is linked to your Ghana card. So we require that operators should use the Ghana card as a means of verification. Your driver's license is linked to your Ghana card. Your health insurance is linked to your Ghana card. So it's very easy for you to verify who is who. So because of that development, it's made it easier for us to do verification for who is and who is not a minor or who can gamble, if I should say so. And because most of the operators also require that you have a wallet. Most of the wallets are linked to your mobile money account or to your bank account. And because of the Ghana card, it's easy for them to be able to actually verify that who you say you are is who you are. So the KYC has been very good on that side. Of course, in addition to also requiring that, okay, I've already talked about the advertising. And of course, self-exclusion programs as well. We also have that. And then you can self-exclude with a commission, or you go to the operator directly and then you self-exclude. But we also require that at the end of the year that operators are able to send that information to us on the number of people who are on their self-exclusion list, how many people they have identified as problem gamblers and or have issues, and what they have done, what resources they have made available to those people to be able to make right choices or to get help. And we are only just beginning to collect that information, and we hope that with that type of data, eventually that we'll get to the point where we can make policies or have rules that are tailored to resolve those issues. Yeah.
Excellent. So we heard some more about self-exclusion schemes and know your customer, but also some marketing restrictions, some content monitoring in terms of the regulator sort of taking stock of what is in the advertising, restricting exposure to young people. So lots of very interesting and innovative approaches taking place. I wonder if I could have Bimpe talk to us about any RG interventions that you're involved in and any measurement approaches in terms of their effectiveness. Any responsible gambling interventions that your organization is taking on, and if you have any approaches to measuring their impact.
Okay. Thank you. So I can speak for my organization, Bet Power. In-house, we have a department that looks into responsible gaming. And when you look at our platform as well, we have player protection tools like self-exclusion, limit setting, that's, and then beyond that as well, going to problem gambling, we have dedicated and responsible gaming lines and these lines are connected directly as well. Thus, we have partnered with treatment centers where customers either can get counseled online, or if they wish to physically go to these centers, they can as well. And I think what's really impressive about what we've done there is for each market where we operate. So it's not just one treatment center covers all. So we try to localize and have, an RG partner per country, so that any customer who wishes to or desires to have walking into these organizations are free to go in and get counseling or treatment for free. And again, I know there are some operators who have this kind of RG policies and strategies as well. This is just to encourage other operators to say, because I know a lot of times we feel that putting these things in place might maybe reduce the bottom line. But in reality, that's not true. What you find is it actually helps your player retention, because then you are dealing with healthy players rather than problem gamblers.
You bring up a beautiful point, because I think often responsible gaming is pitted against the bottom line and seen as counter to growth. But we do see evidence of sustainability, as you mentioned, and retention. And increasingly, younger people want to be associated with organizations that are prioritizing their well-being and safety. So it can be a differentiator as well. Do other folks, Nathaniel, do you want to talk about YouVerify and what your team's doing with respect to responsible gaming practices?
Sorry?
Oh, you can't
hear
hear?
you,
Sorry.
yeah.
Do you want to talk about your organization, YouVerify, is that correct?
Yes.
And any responsible gaming practices you have in place and maybe measuring in terms of impact?
All right, great. So from our perspective as a technology company, really, supporting the gaming industry, we have internally, we have verification solutions that help with KYC. It helps with not just KYC alone. We also have AI-powered behavioral analytics insights, a software that helps you to analyze behaviors of the gamers, helps you to detect frequency of transactions, time spent, all of those behaviors that could sense there's a risky player, and so signals can be sent to the operators themselves. The player himself could also get some signals, right, to tell you, okay, I know some recommendations, all right. And so also another solution that we're looking at is also chatbots, right? Okay. AI-powered chatbots where it could also help, to in terms of therapy, right? Once a problematic gamer, right, has been identified, right, this chatbot could begin to recommend and then have a conversation with the chatbot, and of course onward you can be sent to therapists who could help you out if that has been identified. So basically it all starts from monitoring, all right, understanding who the gamer is, and then monitoring activities, non-intrusive kind of monitoring, right? Thank you.
Great. So your organization as well refers into the community for treatment or support services, as mentioned?
So we don't do that directly. So because we're more of a technology company, so we just recommend, and then you can go ahead to choose, right? Yeah.
Excellent. That's great. So we're hearing a lot about limit setting. I love hearing that folks are connected to local communities, resources, supports, knowing that that is creating the right conditions for players that will be happy, healthy, safe, and taken care of in the local context. So do you want to talk to us about the jurisdiction that you work in and the approaches that your organization is undertaking.
Okay. My company, Baba Ijebu, is the foremost gaming company almost in Africa. So our own experience is a little bit different from what it has always been. Why? We were the guinea pigs. We started it. So most people that are tagged, people that have problem with gambling, are people associated with us. To the extent that in Nigeria, because of the cultural background, if you are seen in a Baba Ijebu shop, first of all, you are tagged a no-do-well. You are seen as maybe a street person, a riffraff. And that culture, that impression has followed people around. To the extent you wouldn't be proud to even say, I work with a gambling company. But now, the story is changing. So I say that because other players in the industry have now sprung up and they are changing the narrative. But particularly to your question about how do we help those who we would want to tag problem gamblers. But first of all, let's note that the choice still remains with the staker himself. He has a power of choice. So what we really try to do at our end is to guide you to make that choice. So that in the end, we may decide to implement, or we implemented technologies that will limit your session, limit what you can play. But in the long run, you can decide to circumvent those. So what we are trying to do is to give you the power of that choice.
Yeah.
You need to decide when you need to stop, and you need to decide, do I need to increase my stake or reduce my stake? So you will find out that in communications that we send out, through the adverts or whatever form of engagement, helps you to make that choice. And where all that fails, there will be physical counseling. There will be physical counseling. At that point, someone engages you, oh, you need to stop this. You need to stop this. So that's what we do at the moment.
Excellent. Did you want to follow on?
Yeah, I wanted to add to that, Elizabeth, to what he mentioned around personal responsibility. So I just wanted to use an example of something I saw recently online. So I'm sure, well, maybe people in Nigeria, there was just this post by a popular Nigerian pastor. He was interviewing, this person who claims to, be addicted to gambling and things like that. And what's interesting to me, how he mentioned personal responsibility. An RG, not-for-profit organization, actually put, and there were these lots of comments, negative things about the industry and all. And there was, I think I saw the comment of Gamble Alert, saying, I'm so, we are sorry you had to go through this, but we are this, and we offer this kind of treatment for free. Like you can call in, we are able to help and all. I think I probably was the only person who liked that comment. Shows you how, that's an organization putting out help there. There was literally no engagement on that particular comment. Brings us to personal responsibility. So as much as, we are putting all these things in place, people still then have to choose, to be responsible around what they're doing. And also to add to that, I'll take it further to, also the recent rate at which we are having, responsible gaming, not-for-profits, whatever, just spawning or being established like every day. I know I'm shaking a table here, but I'll say it. It's a good thing, but then it becomes bad when people set these things up without actually having a purpose for it, or trying to sell narratives that operators are not doing anything around responsible gaming. I do not think it's responsible, for those people, just because you want to drive a narrative or force maybe even operators to then add a layer of taxation on operators to fund these organizations. If you truly are passionate about this, you should go around, conduct your research, speak to some of these operators. You'll find some of them doing really good things around responsible gaming, and then that way you can come up with informed decision as to how you want to position yourself or even, offer your help and services to this industry. Yeah.
So do you think there's a bit of an opportunity for collaboration there in terms of better understanding that
Correct.
kind of connection?
Yeah.
And maybe even knowing not all operators are doing the same sorts of things,
True.
but kind of that standardization
Yes.
might help over time
Mhm.
in terms of the player experience being more uniform and then that narrative sort of having lost a little bit of steam.
True.
In terms of technology, so we've heard lots about monitoring, know your customer, voluntary self-exclusion schemes, and the like. And we've heard a bit about biometrics. Are there other technology or responsible gambling tools that you are using in your practice? And I'll start with you, Peter.
Thank you. In Botswana, what we have done is that we do have what we call a self-help portal. So that is the portal where you can do your self-exclusion. That is a portal whereby a third party can do a request that we exclude you, maybe by a husband or your wife. But when it's done by a third party, we don't normally just take it as it is. We also do our background checks to ensure that what the third party has reported is indeed true. For the future, we are also looking at using also AI to improve in terms of our self-help portal. But we believe that if this self-help portal can be adopted maybe by neighboring countries, it will help because we neighbor South Africa, we neighbor Zimbabwe, we neighbor Zambia and Namibia. So you'll find that it's effortless because the border from the city is 30 minutes drive, so they can always cross to South Africa at any given time. So we also need to ensure that there is a harmony in the use of this portal. And the other thing is that most of our operators, they operate in the Southern Africa, and they are mainly from South Africa. So it's quite easy. Even the game is what they are accustomed to. So it doesn't take them long. It doesn't frustrate them. So what we have done is a self-help portal. We also have a contact center and other platforms such as your tip-off or whistleblowing facilities. But what is important is that we should embrace blockchain technologies, the AIs, because now we have licensed online. So in the past, use of the self-help portal was good for the remote or land-based casinos, but now our online operators have started operating. So I'll be getting some views from the panelists here, so we can also learn how they do the ensuring that the issues of problem gambling are dealt with on the online space. Thank you.
Okay, great. Does anybody else have examples of leveraging AI? I know, Nathaniel, you mentioned chatbots.
Yes, exactly.
So,
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier on, using chatbots, right, which is basically powered by AI and machine learning, right, which understands patterns and then can give recommendations for the players. But in addition to that, one of the things we are exploring currently with a regulator is the possibility of having a central database where we can have anonymized data of gamers. Now, when I say anonymized, it means while you're being conscious of data privacy and protection, but we are able to get operators pull in all their gamers, right? They have an anonymized ID. Now, this helps us to be able to track gamers across operators, track behavioral patterns. Now, if sometimes the silos is a loophole for fraud, for gamers to, they might, a particular operator might sanction a gamer, but the next operator would not. Wouldn't know what is the history of that gamer is. All right, and so with such information, behavioral patterns, we are able to, the regulator is able to give recommendations directly to the operators, or if a particular gamer is being known or flagged to be a high-risk gamer, right, and wants to go to a new operator who doesn't know before, the operator gets a signal to know this person is a high risk and can choose to either deal with this person or not. And so that's another angle we can look at in terms of collaboration, which was even mentioned earlier on. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, so on that note, the gentleman at the end, has your organization been leveraging AI or any particular technology to deliver RG tools? And what's the uptake like in terms of players?
Okay, I'm not sure I got your questions clearly. But if I understand, you're asking, to the extent we have used technology, AI in particular, okay, and what is the reaction of the players?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
The background I gave is that we are the guinea pig. We are a land surface lottery company. We are not the exact, like the online operators. But our experience has been that, yes, whereas the technology is fantastic, plays a role, but like I said from beginning, the players will still go back and do what they want to do. They will want to circumvent your AI. Yes, we have systems that will do a reality check on you once in a while and tell you, you'll be here for the past 2 hours. You spent cumulatively, say, $1,000. If I have to talk in dollar terms, though we use naira here or not dollar. Because my regulators are listening. It's dollar, it's naira. So let's say $1,000. It tells you, you spent $1,000. So it's to let you do a reality check. Oh, I spent $1,000. How much have I won? And it meant to caution you at that point to say, stop. But humans, being who we are incurable optimists. He wants to know, the next one I'm going to hammer them. So I'm going to recover all my money. And then he goes back again and again. So the question now is, how do I get this kind of person to come back to his reality? Then someone will walk up to you who has observed the happenings at the back end, will give you a call. If you are not within reach, will give you a call and say, hey, we've observed this, we've observed that. Could you stop? Or you are entirely blocked out. But on our surface land lottery, what we have also implemented technology-wise is that from our software, we've limited what you could play. So if once the terminal, I don't know if you've seen any of the red boxes, the red box terminal, once you get to the limit, you can't go beyond that. And what that now happens is that each player has opportunity or made to limit himself or herself to the amount he can play. Self-exclusion. You can't go beyond that, because if you are to do, say, 1,000, you can't go beyond 1,000 except you give a convincing reason to office to adjust your limit. So that's the response.
Okay. Did you want to add to that?
I wanted to add to what tools we could as regulator. Beyond the AI tools and technology, I think that what is also important across Africa is for regulators to begin to have standardized forms of requiring operators within our jurisdictions to behave or to roll out or how to operate in a responsible manner. I think they have recently. I saw some communication on a committee that was being set up to standardize. I think operating standards across Africa. Because what we are realizing is that, from where I'm coming from, is that some of the games that are being rolled out by certain game developers are highly addictive. So it's creating problems. And the traditional betting sites who offer bookmaking products and sports betting and all of that, and are now players are preferring those other quick ones that have the adrenaline rushing, and it's almost as if the game developers are now coming up with games that are highly addictive. So we have to begin as regulators to look at what is being churned out, because if the games are actually geared towards getting people to become addictive and behave in an irresponsible manner, then we need to begin to look at the standards and replicate these standards across all jurisdictions, so that we can nip this thing in the bud before it gets out of hand. Because in Ghana, it's become a big problem with particular games, and we are getting a lot of backlash on why are we allowing these games, knowing that they have the potential to be addictive, and the youth, the young people who are signing up are looking at these games because the stakes are very high, the payouts are very high. Meanwhile, the stakes are very low, very, very low, and then therefore anybody with the smallest can put in there, and before you know it, they are putting everything in there. So beyond those AI tools, I think we should also be looking at how to have these conversations and standardize operations across the continent.
So you bring up a good point. The product design itself, the gaming product, can confer, obviously we use behavioral economics both ways, right, to kind of bring people into the gaming environment, but also if there's sort of like a threshold where perhaps it's moving into a space that's too addictive and therefore would impact your whole player base amongst the future. Speaking of the future, I'd love to hear from each of you, if we can, and we'll start at the end and come back, what you think is the future of responsible gaming practices in Africa and your jurisdiction.
Okay. I think we are gradually getting to where we should be. For the fact that we are conversing about it. In time past, it's hardly on the board, we don't discuss such. And there's a reason for that. A gaming company, first of all, is a business. And then in business, you are in business to make gains and remain in business. Now, who are the ones who fund the business of a gaming company? The stakers, the players, the punters. So if I'm seeing that my balance sheet is doing well, why should I care about who is playing or not? My balance sheet is simply doing well. So in other words, in future, we need to also expand this conversation to the economics of responsible gaming. The people who sustain the business are those repetitive customers. It's just that you have now coined a name for them, irresponsible gamers. So we also need to look at that. And how do we look at that? The panelists of yesterday, they made references to taxing issues.
Right.
The reality is, if you want operators to not just focus on how they will remain in business, the taxes have to be friendly. That is the future I see. The regulators have to help the operators to remain in business. If you keep hounding the industry, thinking, or you want to put one tax or the other to deter, it's not going to deter, because in the long run, gaming is an impulsive thing. It's a social thing. People get excited. It is neurological. When we have problems with those pathological stakers who wouldn't know where to stop. And then you see that the ripple effect go back to the company will have more money to do adverts, to advise people where to stop and where to end. But if I'm to take all my money for taxing, I wouldn't care. Truth has to be told. Then the future is technology. He has said what blockchain AI could do and blockchain could do. We all need to invest in it. But the reality again, it is expensive. They are not free. To get your software developers to put that in your system, it requires huge investment.
Okay, so I'm hearing the economics of RG and thinking about the entire gaming system, implications of taxation, and that the RG practices require investment and might be the first to go in the system. And so we need that bigger, more reflective conversation about the whole system and how to create the conditions for RG to be centralized and enabled within the operators. Nathan.
All right. I will first start from where I stopped. The future I see, responsible gaming is not just is not an isolated effort. It requires collaboration by all stakeholders, the player themselves, the operators, the regulators, and the technology companies too.
Yeah.
Right? There needs to be constant collaboration on how to have a healthy gaming ecosystem. That's one. Then two, you see, when we talk about irresponsible gamers, like he mentioned, again, they are the consistent gamers, and they are the ones that bring in income, right? But again, we need to look at it from the perspective of, would we want to have gamers who would go take loans, right, and become a debtor, and after like 2-3 games, you don't see them again because they've been caught up by enforcers, right, by the law? Or you want gamers who are responsible, can come back and on top of their game know what they are doing, just like the concept in software. We talk about one-off payment for licenses of softwares and subscription. Now, if you want to buy a software with a one-off payment, you pay a huge amount, right? But with subscription, you pay little amount, but for a long period of time. It's consistent. So at the end of the day, you still have, a consistent income. And so that's why it's important we keep talking about responsible gaming. And I will leave with this question. In addition to just verifications, while we are onboarding gamers, is it possible we take a little step further to unintrusively again analyze the mental state of players? Everyone differs, in the way they can easily get addicted. And so once you are able to profile such gamers, you can, before they start, help them out, give them some suggestion how they can be careful not to get too trapped and be on top of their game. Thank you.
Excellent. So we're hearing prevention is the best
Exactly.
kind of path, right, in terms of sustainability, consistency, keeping it fun, and entertainment as it's intended to be. And then you have players in your ecosystem that are doing well. Give to Rita.
Yes, I would like to lend my voice to the call for collaboration. I think the future is collaboration. I think the future is all stakeholders working together to ensure that whatever measures and policies that we come out with are policies that are actually tailor-made to resolve the issue in the African context. That we shouldn't just borrow blindly, because some of those policies may not effectively deal with the issues, our socio-economic issues and cultural issues in dealing with responsible gaming. So I think the future is collaboration. I think that the future is also operators keeping in mind that sustainability is the future, and that you must do and operate in a way that makes your business sustainable. Because if you're just for the quick fix, you're just for the quick money now, and you're not looking for the future, it's better to have 1,000 or 10,000 responsible players than to have 2 million irresponsible ones, or who would be bankrupt in a year or two, and then you would not have anybody. So I think the future is collaboration, and also for the operators, remember the future is sustainability.
Excellent. So definitely we've heard collaboration amongst regulators, operators, the financial sector, the tech sector, and the players themselves, and the local communities, and making sure things are contextualized. I also heard a little bit about policies and maybe measuring their impact and making sure we're kind of getting the right outcomes, the desired outcomes. I'd love to hear.
Elizabeth, I believe everyone has said what there is to say. And again, brings me back to collaboration.
Yeah.
That's the way forward. And it is important. For me, responsible gaming, I feel, is not just, like every other aspect of the business. Actually, beyond, so we should not be driving policies, taxation and all. It should be more us building a culture, of responsible gaming. And this we can do by coming together, every stakeholder, to ensure the success of responsible gaming practice. And I think one thing I want to highlight again is, especially to the regulators, as much as possible, in any way, to prevent, say, anyone coming with all these, whatever beautiful idea in terms of RG or whatever it is, to promote monopoly. It is not good. Again, we should all come together, discuss, it's in better understanding of what this means to us, what it is, what it means for the citizenry, what it means for us as operators, as regulators, and then come up with this robust framework, program that can work for our country and continent as a whole.
Excellent. So I'm hearing collaboration, but I'm also hearing that ongoing dialogue that needs to happen to understand how things shift over time, because we can have frameworks and we can have approaches, but even populations change in terms of how they're impacted, all of the things happening in communities. So I like that addition to sort of collaboration, but also having that ongoing dialogue. Peter, let's...
No, thank you very much. I think the other panelists have covered most of the issues. I think it's centered around collaboration. The other one that is the future is to invest more in player protection technologies. We need to invest on that, and that can only be achieved by the regulators working with the operators together. Even for them, it's better to have more healthy players as opposed to having problem gamblers. They will move to other sectors or industry for entertainment. The other one is to ensure compliance with global best practice. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are other countries who are doing well in terms of responsible gambling. We did well in terms of the land-based. Now we recently entered the online. So we will be collaborating with those such as Kenya, Nigeria, those that have long had betting regulated, so that we can learn from them. The other one is engaging in community, the CSRs is very, very important. This also helps in ensuring that the industry is destigmatized, because stigma can be a problem whereby people only, you'll see that there are behavioral patterns in terms of gambling, they do it at night. So those are just some of the things when you use technology, you'll get to identify. Then the other one is to leverage on responsible gambling, advertising. They should be more, because in most instances, when you see an advert of an operator, maybe it's in my country only, you'll find that the gamble responsible is written in very, very small weights. So maybe if the operators can assist while you do the advertising. Yes, as regulators, we approve the
the contents of your advertising, but when it comes to TV, it's very, you cannot see it. Then the other one is just to promote sustainable gambling models. I'll just give an example. In Botswana, we recently sponsored 11 students. 5 of them will be doing PhD in gambling. They are doing a lot of topics around gambling. Then we have sponsored 6 who are doing masters. It's all about gambling. So we sponsored them through our responsible gambling program, so that when we go into the future, there is research. Because we believe we need to do lots and lots of research, because different jurisdictions, they vary in terms of our culture. Yes, so the cultures are not the same. So it's very important that we do research. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for bringing that home. So we heard a little bit about learning from our various jurisdictions, but also building capacity locally so we can understand and adapt and make it fit for your culture, jurisdiction, and market structure. Thank you, everybody. That was a fantastic panel. Thanks for sharing all of your insights, and I hope everyone took something away in terms of how we can do this better together. Thank you.
Can we please stay for pictures? Thank you.
Somebody call me what out. I did on my own. Make you know I
remember Mbati, Ebbing Pami, breakfast, lunch, and dinner with drink daddy. Now they wanna snap pictures, I live flashy. You gonna stop me, huh? It walk Belutani. Impossible, every day is a celebration. This one for all my people that
Thank you very much. Great panel on gaming practices and balancing entertainment and player protection.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. That was an amazing panel. Please, a round of applause for them, for the panelists and the moderator. And now we are moving fast to the next panel, which is the rise of esports in Africa, infrastructure, needs and economic potential. Montée en puissance de l'esport en Afrique. And the panel is sponsored by QTech. Please, a round of applause for QTech. The moderator is Slasio Diaz, the head of department. Slasio Diaz, the head of department, the technological innovation and service modernization, Angola Gaming Supervision Institute. Please, a round of applause for him, please.
Is it Clesio?
Is it Clesio, no? Clesio. Okay, thank you, please. Now, our panelists, and the first person on our list is Inya Bobovic, founder Passport CG, Esports for Positive Change, Estonia. Please, a round of applause for him as well. Thank you, welcome. And the next person is
Kumi Adenikbebi, founder Game Evolution Partners.
Please, a round of applause for him as well. And the next panelist is Yaya Maikori, President, Nigeria Esports Federation.
And we have Ekaterina Mayorova, Business Development Manager, Panda Score. And joining her will be Kwesi Hayford, President Esports Association of Ghana. Round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you very much. We'll be handing over to the moderator, Clesio.
Good day, everyone, and thank you once again for for your presence here today at the second day of Age Legos 2025. Before we start, I would like to pass from my left to my far left. I'll give a chance for everybody to reintroduce themselves. A brief introduction, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ignat Bobrovic, and I'm a founder of Passport.gg. We have the SaaS solution for esports organizers. We work with federations, organizations. It's great to see Kwesi here, with whom we've been working last year. Even in 2021, we had a project called Africa Esports Series, which to the date was one of the largest continental online events. Didn't have any offline. Yeah, so basically, and I'm a big believer that esports can be a huge enabler of the future. And I even wrote a book about esports, which just was recently published, the book with Palgrave Macmillan. And the whole idea of the book is actually to educate people on what is esports, how it can be used, because what I see, lots of people are misunderstanding esports, and yeah, I just wanted to explain to everyone in the field what is esports and how it can be integrated. Also, we work on the identity problem and on the cybersecurity problems for esports. It's kind of interlinked with what I was hearing yesterday and today. That's really great, and yeah, thank you very much, and thank you, Charles, for inviting. It's a great honor to be here. Merci tout le monde.
Yeah, my name is Yahaya Mekori. I'm a lawyer by training. I'm the president of Nigerian Esports Federation. And opposite me is my friend, Mr. Charles Ekundayo.
Hello. Hello everyone. My name is Adeshola Kumi Adenikwebi, CEO of Game Evolution Esports. We're into gaming and esports in Nigeria. I've been trying to create the esports ecosystem in Nigeria for the past 10 years. We basically have been trying to grow the gaming and esports things from grassroots to where it is today in Nigeria. Thank you.
Hello, Ekaterina. So I'm working for a company called PandaScore. It's an esports provider for the odds and the data. The company is based in France. I'm actually coming from Malta, and I'm going to get you some expertise what is happening in Europe and the worldwide. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chrissy Hayford, and I'm the president for Esports Association. I consider myself as a gamer, and then my leadership is to try to build responsible gaming, but in the grassroots community. So we build sustainable projects that helps individuals who love to play video games to move from passion to profit. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. So let's talk a little bit about infrastructural needs. The esports scene in Africa, we've been seeing a boom that's been faster than a power-up in a video game, with players and fans diving in head first. But there's still that little pesky boss level to beat, which is the infrastructure and shortage of investments, right? So I would like to start with Ekaterina. How can traditional sports betting operators successfully incorporate esports into the services they provide?
Thank you so much. It's a good question. So I think, first of all, they need to understand that the younger generation is liking esports and they are following esports. So they need to diversify their offerings. They need to make sure that there is different games presented, because I've seen, like in Africa, on many operators' websites, there would be 1 or 2 offerings and that's it. So I believe the more offerings, the more markets are there, is the best. They need to allow the expertise from the esports providers and suppliers, because this is also not that embraced at the moment. And finally, user education. We need to have much more user education and understanding of the esports. Thank you.
Is it not the case that maybe providers don't have those services because maybe they are not as as profitable as the other ones. Mr. Ignat, do you want to?
Yeah, I just want to elaborate on that because I see, first of all, we need to understand that now when we speak about esports, most of the esports which we have betting is like very small amount of events which we can actually bet, like big ones. And this is actually this presents a huge opportunity in the end of the day for the local communities, for local infrastructure to develop the events where they can have much more events happening. Like there's a huge opportunity to find and to make it sustainable, but for the moment it's not sustainable at all. There is no infrastructure. When we've been doing our event, it was a 16 countries event, and we saw that it's very difficult to run the things because people in the countries, they don't have the resources. It's almost impossible to develop the things sustainably. And I would like to mention, I really believe that for betting companies, becoming the partners of local organizations, becoming the partners of the local communities, running events on a large scale, it can be a huge enabler. Like again, now we have like 3-2 leagues which people are betting on every week probably. And imagine like in every country we can have the events. Yeah, I believe that there is a big shortage of investments in esports. And it's not only in Africa, it's almost everywhere I see the pretty similar situation. And I think that it's very important for betting companies and esports organizers and the ecosystem providers to find the proper balance and to make it sustainable. It can be a big enabler for everyone.
Thank you so much. The next question would go to Mr. Yahaya. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. So, I mean, it's clear that the impact of technology on gaming, it's been nothing short of mind-blowing. But what I want to know is, what tech wizardry do we need to sprinkle to make sure that Africa levels up its game in the global esports arena? What do we need to do to make sure we step up?
Okay, so first of all, we've spoken about infrastructure, right? So that's a key problem. Even in traditional sports, infrastructure is a key issue across Africa. There's poor funding. Second is having a commercial model that works. We like talking about esports. It's a big thing. It's growing, but there's no commercial model that actually works. And I think esports, to a certain extent, is almost at the space where blockchain technology used to be. There was so much fuss about blockchain, and we know what has happened about the technology. What is being deployed, but commercially, it's not really a commercial technology. But having said that, I think people just need to understand what esports is all about beyond just the competitive gaming side of it. Is the academic side of it, which Ekaterina spoke about. There's a clear career path in esports beyond the competitive gaming. And people need to understand what the ecosystem looks like. Again, when you talk about esports, people simply just see the game. We need to understand what other components come together to form a viable commercial model. While broadband, again, is being deployed across Africa at a very, very fast speed, the issue of affordability is one thing. So even if you're looking at how to fast-track the growth of esports, you need to look at how accessible broadband is across Africa. You have to look at the cost of devices. Are these devices fit for purpose? Are they affordable? So there are many challenges that come really from the fundamental economic situation that Africa finds itself in. But having said that, there are other models that can work. I think first things first is really training. Training, education, and most of those are available online for free. So once people start seeing a clear career path, okay, let me just take it back to even the gambling side of things. I remember 13 years ago, when I was telling somebody that a gambling company was doing $1 billion turnover a year, he just couldn't believe it. Now we know people probably do that in a day or 2 days. So obviously, let's start with educating people. Let people understand what the components are, what skill sets they need to adopt or learn. And over time, as the infrastructural issue is being resolved, you're going to find out that there's going to be a cumulative snowball of the industry. again, certain things you cannot fast track is things like broadband. For example, I mean, there's nothing you can do about that. There has to be government policy, there has to be investment, there are so many other issues which need to be in place. Having said that, the second thing, like I said, is devices. The cost of devices, consoles. That is not affordable for everyone. But the easiest way to look about to go about it is for whatever that is called it, government or private sector, to look at community centers. Like, can we co-locate? Part of what we need to do is co-locate with community centers. Work with lots of these institutions who already have some kind of computer facility, some kind of library or whatever it is, you know. So we look at co-location as the easiest way to adopt, to get more people onto the, to get participate in the industry.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your insightful input. Now I would like to direct my next question to Mr. Kumni. So what government initiatives or policies could have been implemented to make sure a faster, you know what Mr. Yahava just mentioned here, to make sure that all of that happens a little bit fast, you know, or faster to fully harness the economic potential of this new sector, let's call it that way.
Okay, so the government plays a big role in trying to grow the ecosystem. For the past 10, 14 years, what we have been doing in the esports ecosystem is basically trying to build it ourselves without the support of the government. Last year, we did a grassroots event in Lagos where we went to 14 local governments. Within those 14 local governments, we were able to get over 7,000 youths that we had never heard before in the gaming ecosystem, because we've been trying online for a while, so we decided to go offline grassroots. So we engaged 7,000 gamers last year, and within those 7,000 gamers, 200 out of them were able to earn something out of playing video games. Now this year, we got an invite from the Lagos State government and said, okay, we've seen what you're doing. We're going to support you. Now we want to include all the local governments in Lagos State. Now, that is a step forward in trying to help us grow the ecosystem. If we do not grow the grassroots first, it's almost impossible for us to have that ecosystems at work. And we're just looking at esports as one angle. There's esports as players, there's esports as the ecosystem where the game developers are going to be involved in growing, in building local games that we are going to be using on the continent to play, because what we've been playing for the past 10, 20 years are international games, and we have a lot of game developers in Nigeria that are just waiting for support from the government or private sector for them to start getting equipment and all. So, like I said, the government has a big role to play by supporting us, by creating some sort of support where we can have constant activations to engage the youths. Right now, we're building like the biggest tech esports hub in Nigeria on the mainland, and it's in the private sector that is doing it. We can, in that facility, we're going to be training 1,000 gaming gamers every 3 months. It's right in the center of all the universities in Lagos. It's in front of University of Lagos. So there's Yaba Tech, FC, so we have access to over 200,000 students. So that platform is going to help us start, spreading the gaming ecosystem to this next generation that are interested in either becoming a game developer, esports player, content creator, etc. And it's going to be in partnership with the government. So that's one big way they can help us. We're not trying to tell them, bring 1 billion naira or something, but just, open the doors for us. Let us have access to all the facilities that you have already. Every local government in Lagos has some sort of hub that we can start bringing our game developers to, our esports coaches to, and things like that. Just open the doors for us so that the little knowledge we have now, we can push on to the next generation. And so I think that's one thing they can start by just supporting us in doing that first.
Thank you so much. That was very insightful. Mr. Kwesi, adding to that, what measures has your country and the Esports Federation implementing or have implemented already to foster these grassroots esport programs?
Thank you. Well, we have different programs that we try to activate with esports. But first, because this is a space for gambling and bettors, we need to be able to differentiate between what is a game of skill and a game of luck. Because you need to have an appreciation of the differences between esports. Because most of the time, in Africa, in our setting, when you talk about esports, people think that it's gambling. Although gambling operators have a stake in making esports a grassroots profession, and it will come to benefit the operators themselves. What are we doing for our ecosystem to grow? Definitely, we are into schools. We partner with schools to roll out esports initiatives. We partner with sports and federations. For instance, we have a project with the Ghana Football Authority or Ghana Football Federation to activate esports. And we're doing that with Rugby League. We just finished our e-Rugby League. We did something with e-boxing. So what we've actually done is that, and in Ghana, boxing is known in a particular community. So we look at the community and say, what sports is really dominant in this community? And we go there and we activate the E version of that sports. So if you know Ghana very well, you know that when it comes to boxing, it's Bukom, Jamestown, those kind of areas. That's where you get a lot of boxing gyms. So what did we do? We went there, put all the boxing gyms together, brought their amateur gamers together, and shipped them into the E platform. What it makes is that now the youth in that area all of a sudden have an alternative employment venture, alternative focus discipline venture. So they are not loitering around if they are not able to be a boxer. They have an alternative electronic space where they can practice their boxing. They can bring their discipline in the physical field onto the virtual field. So that's what basically we are trying to help in these communities. When you move to other communities, it could be football. So then we will need to activate community football outreach. But in esports, the funny thing is that the moment you go into, just like my brother Kumi said, the moment you go into a community and put up your screens, right, and put the consoles there, they see the technologies, they are aware of the technology, and they are willing to come and play. Now, how can bettors or betting operators help us? The betting operators can do this as their corporate social responsibility towards the youth in this society. So there's a reach and there's a gap. Then we need some people to play the game. And I will make this quote here because I have wanted to say this. The future bettors or the future gamers who game in betting platforms are gamers. Your young people of today who are 16, 17, 14 years, which the betting companies need to bet on their platform, in 20 years from now, they are all gamers. They are playing on their devices now. They are playing Counter-Strike, they are playing Call of Duty, they are playing FIFA, they are playing all that. The previous session made mention about responsible gaming. How do we help gamers or gamblers or addictive people? We can bring them into the esports world where they can play physical games or bring them into a community, because esports ride on community. We can't ride and play solo. You need a community to play in an esport. So the community becomes a barrier of correction. Responsible gaming there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was very insightful. But now I would like to move to sustainability and collaboration. And for that, I would like Ekaterina's contribution on how can sponsorships and partnerships contribute to a certain sustainability and make sports events be self-sufficient?
Okay, so I think the first and foremost is the people that play. So we need to make sure we provide support to those people through awareness, right? So make the events like this, listen to people, understand the needs and what they want. It's very important. We need to make sure that there is sponsorship from different means as well. Okay, sponsor the players, sponsor the games as well. It's very important to drive that awareness. This is how we can get the change and how we get esports on the global arena. Also, I believe that further education. So the games changing, the games constantly being updated, constantly being changing. It's very important to be educated as well that, it's not a traditional football that has the same rules over the years, the same thing. It's a new update coming. That's it, it's a new game. We need to make sure that the operators are aware about it, the rules. So get the right expertise from the right providers and suppliers. So this is very important as well.
Thank you so much. But now, to wrap it up, I'd like us to look a little bit into the future. And so we all know esports is rapidly evolving, and with that, I actually have two questions that I want to segregate into an African perspective and an overseas perspective. The first one, I want the African perspective, and we can start with you, Yahaya, and then move forward. What essential steps are required to guarantee the long-term growth and sustainability of esports in Africa, and how will technology and innovation contribute to this journey?
Well, that's a big question. I don't know, how do I handle that? I think first, let me take it from an African perspective, and more particularly in Nigeria. Let's look at what the government is doing. I think in almost every industry that's emerging, you need most of the industries, you need government support. Not necessarily financial, it could be policy-wise. Let's look at what Nigeria is doing in terms of esports. Esports, though it's not a new phenomenon, but you can see that the esports, people perceive it to be directly under the Ministry of Sports. But in Nigeria, it falls under 3 different ministries. So the Ministry of Communication already has a program for esports, game development, software development, and all of that. It falls under the 3 million people project, where they were meant to train students in game development, graphics, and all of those other associated skill sets. The Ministry of Culture also looks at it as part of creativity. Right? They also have their own initiative. So if any of you have heard of what they call IDICE, IDICE is a fund, almost $400 million fund, which multilateral organizations under the Federal Ministry of Nigeria have come together to put in place for people in the creative industry. And most of that money is going to skills training, right? Gaming has a component. If you look at that document, there's a gaming component in it, and of course, game development is also part of it. So if you take it from that point, 3 different ministries have some kind of initiative for esports. I think that sets the right foundation for the industry. That's one. 2, the Ministry of Education recently have also reached out to the Ministry of Sports, National Sports Commission, and said, you know what, we need to see how esports can be incorporated into the university curriculum. So you can see that's a 4th ministry. So all of these initiatives put together will guarantee that in the future, this industry grows, the players are trained, the game developers are trained, every other person within that ecosystem is given the right kind of skill or support or incentive to grow. I think I must also add very quickly, though, that gaming, and I'm talking about gaming in regards to esports, it's going to be probably the second or the third biggest industry in the next 10 years. And it's not far-fetched. If you look at the statistics, it's very, very clear. Okay, AI is taking away most of the jobs. Many people will have to depend on competitive gaming to make a living. 50% of the jobs in the next 10 years will be wiped out by AI, right? How do you survive? So it's going to be competitive gaming, either as a gambler or as just somebody playing competitive esports competitions across where there are many prize pools and we are winning from it. You understand? So I think that's going to be the highest employer of labor. Again, if you unveil the ecosystem, look at graphics, look at sound, look at media, look at all of that, that's a huge, that's a huge ecosystem to grow. So esports, and of course gaming generally speaking, in the next 10 years, probably going to be the second or third biggest employer of labor. And definitely what the government is doing, at least in Nigeria, ensures that we all benefit from that market potential.
Mr. Kumni, please.
Okay, speaking from a technical angle, what we are trying to do for sustainability of the ecosystem is working in partnership with different esports tournament organizers to create tournaments and leagues and mimic existing conventional sports that we can transform to esports. We're not just doing that locally, we're doing that internationally too, so that we can have some sort of repetition or some sort of event that repeats itself and gives opportunities to these gamers to keep on earning. And how that can sustain itself is if we get partnerships from our sponsorship from the private sector and the governments. For example, we're having like a Nigerian, Ghana, Ivory Coast Pan-African tournament whereby there's a league system that works in tandem with all the local esports tournament organizers in a country. They all come together, do different tournaments. All the players get points from different tournaments, which makes every tournament organizer relevant in the community. And then when there's a leaderboard, it now makes the players rise up and then have opportunities to play in the professional leagues. So what we are trying to do is just create an ecosystem whereby there are different tournaments that keep on repeating themselves and have relevancy or that is relevant enough for all these players to continue having tournaments. And so that will give job opportunities for gamers and create more gamers in the community that will definitely start coming for esports tournaments. And what we've seen in the past 1 year, as I said, when we did the grassroots, is that we discovered that what we've been doing is rotating online, like let's say 50 to 60,000 players. But when we now took it offline, we were able to see that, okay, there are lots of people that don't even know about gaming and esports. So creating these local tournaments and making them sustainable gives an opportunity for growth and sustainability for the gaming and gaming ecosystem in Nigeria. So that's what we're doing, and in partnership with different federations and different tournament organizers in other countries.
Mr. Kwesi, please, some closing words.
Well, on sustainability, I would say that we cannot sustain if we don't own the place. So we need to own our esports space. A lot more, I could see a lot more foreign influences and foreign technologies and stuff like that. Though we need that partnership to grow, but definitely it will boil down onto us as Africans. One, to localize the space. Two, to identify avenues of growth so that we can own it. Because definitely, once you don't own it, you can't sustain it. And one of the key elements of ownership is playing African games by Africans. And imagine that we have an African game, we can put it into a school curriculum that the student can play them. Or there and there, you create job opportunities for the game studios in Africa producing that game. And two, you playing a pipeline of talent who knows how to play that game. So we need to own our space, because if we don't own it, we can't control it, we can't sustain it.
Thank you very much. Ownership is the key. And now, to wrap it all up, Ekaterina and Ignat, what insights can Africa gain from other regions that have successfully merged esports and gambling?
Yeah, I'll take this one. So to add up on what Kwesi said, and I think it's very important. So like Southeast Asia has their own games and they blew, you know. So I think the future is to have also like a native African games that can also blow. And I can put an analogy of the music, right? Like Afrobeats is to the world now and it became huge. So it's the same entertainment industry, and we can also make esports game born in Africa and developed in Africa and be spread to the world. I think this is very important. So, Ignat?
Yeah, thank you so much. It was so quick discussion. I had so many thoughts which I wanted to share, and it was great to hear very interesting insights on from the continent side. So if you allow me, I'll try to wrap up quickly. So first of all, I should say that there is no really successful country yet in the world that can say, yeah, we've successfully integrated esports and betting and esports in general, to be honest, unfortunately. I'm in esports industry since year 2000, and I see a lot of waves when people are hyping the industry and then it just goes a bit back. So while the industry is developing, there's still a lot of gaps to be filled. And what I see in Africa, people like these great panelists are doing a great job of making sure that they can advance the industry how it can be possible to be advanced. But I wanted to admit a few things which are important besides what was said. So first of all, there is this misconception of what is esports, right? For some, esports is rather betting. For others, it's like something not serious. But what was just rightly said about AI and future, in future there will be a lot of free time and people will not have a lot of things to do in theory, at least in the old world. And I believe that esports can be a huge catalysator to actually to push the industry many industries forwards, like digital creative industry, etc. Why it can happen? Because esports is the most, let's say, passionate type of gaming. And gaming, almost half of the population of planet is actually playing different types of games. And more than 600 million people are playing esports. But the esports per se is a super small industry, and there is a huge gap. And this misconception should be fixed. And by fixing this misconception, it's important to have all stakeholders lined up. Governments. The governments need to understand that esports can help in education, not only creating the jobs within esports, because also, to be honest, it's still quite small, but it's much bigger. You can create marketing experts, you can create digital creators through esports, just using esports as a catalysator, as an attention getter. Then we also need to think about the security of people in the future, like mental health. People are playing games, cyberbullying can happen, account takeover can happen. In Europe that is happening, and there's a big problems around this. And there's AI coming, and I believe that actually governments need to understand that to make sure that they can implement AI rightly, it's important to speak to esports, to see how they actually engage in the passionate audience of gamers. So, then we have betting companies, definitely. I believe that the betting companies should be engaged as CSR, but it is also important, from my perspective, to support the development of local leagues, of small leagues. So, for example, imagine that you can have a lot of leagues being played and people getting jobs, people getting new opportunities to develop their careers. And it's actually great for everyone. And while creating games is also a great thing, but it's very difficult to kick off, and I see so many countries trying to do this, and it's very difficult to do this. If starting from these local leagues in a cooperation with betting companies, it can be a huge enabler. And in the end of the day, this misconception can be fixed. And through this fixing the misconception, local players esports players can have opportunities. Local governments can help to develop better the younger generations through esports, through engagement, through passion, through using passion to get something else. I mean, you can actually try to improve the mathematics skills by implementing, by, let's say, combining esports tournament and mathematics like exam. You can also use it for many other aspects. And then, as was also said about the cybersecurity and the mental health, when we speak about responsible betting is one thing, but also there are so many other new risks arising from people being digitally online, and esports can be the enabler of actually fixing it. It just need to be properly understood. And then definitely local organizers, local organizations, I really hope that they will be able to get more support, as I said, from governments, from governmental institutions. It's great if university schools can also understand a bit better what esports, because what we see in Europe, for example, people say, oh, schools try to forbid playing. But what will happen? You will not be able to forbid game completely. They will go out of the school and they will try to play, right? And through the fact that they will be doing this like hiding a bit, there are risks which are arising, because if something bad has happened, a kind of takeover or bullying, whatever, they will not be able to tell to school or to the parent that this happened while they're playing, because they're kind of already cheating, but they will still do this. So so esports in a nutshell, I know that you want me to wrap up. Esports is a very important instrument to develop many aspects. But so far, I don't see a lot, okay, many countries are trying to do this, but it's very difficult to do this, because it's important to really combine every stakeholder. And for the moment, in most of the countries, not every stakeholder is engaged. And I really hope that African continent can become actually the leader and can show how it can be done alongside with Saudi Arabia, with China, with other big countries. Because in Africa, you have a huge amount of young people who want to achieve something, who are creative, and who are willing to do great things. I really believe that African continent can become not a leader, because like it requires a lot of resources, definitely, but be among the leaders in esports, showing how it can help, how it can collaborate between betting companies, governments, schools, institutions, etc.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for your most insightful inputs to this panel, and thank you everyone for listening. Are there questions from, I see Mr. Bashir has a question.
Thank you very much. Two of the panelists, most of the panelists mentioned government support. And it sounds like that support is scarce. But I'm glad that Mr. Yaya mentioned about initiative or maybe $400 million fund by the federal government of Nigeria. And I'm sure some other government on the continent are doing the same thing. But for your name, sir? Kumi. For Kumi, I think it's important to seek information. And because we understand creative industry very well, especially digital creative industry, Lagos State government, under the current governor that came yesterday, they established what is called Lagos State Science, Research and Innovation Council, just for the creative economy. And strategically, because we have realized there are so many unicorns coming out of Africa, so strategically we're investing in those startups so that we don't have to tax our people to the bone, but we can also make a revenue from these startup companies. So through this research council, it's called short name for LASRIC. The gaming taxes we collected from our operators, in the last 24 months, we have donated 450 million into that fund, and small company startups are benefiting from it. So if you have young people who are innovators, you can reach out to that council, and I can guarantee they will be funded. Second, if you are doing, we need competition. Because what we realize as an agency in Lagos State, that lawn tennis, for example, if you don't turn professional by the age of 14, no matter how skillful you are, you might as well forget it. So in the last 3 years, we have been sponsoring youth tennis, competition, because that's how they even get rated. So in the last 3 years now, we have some of our players who are rated on the continent now, top 100. So through the agency too, we also support local league. So I'm trying to link this with the esports emergence. So local football league. 3 years ago or 2 years ago, we sponsor a small team to go and play friendly match in Morocco. But before their return, 2 of them were signed by a Portuguese second division league. So it's important we seek for information. The help is there, but we need to get information out there. And I'm quite aware because I'm in touch with some other African regulators too. So they do these things. So we need to just reach out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like you said, the information is what we need to discover. And hearing this, I'll discuss with our president here, and we'll definitely get in touch. We have a lot of gamers out there that are even, we are seeing international companies trying to work with them. We have game development studios that are capable of building games that Africans can use for esports, but have issues with funding or buying equipment. We have like 2 or 3 even right here today that came here to see if they can meet people that can fund them. All these people are there. That's what the ecosystem has been building, and we're glad the government is pulling up to try and support us. We'll definitely reach out. So yeah, Mr. President, it's now over to you. I'll give you all the information.
No problem, thank you. Oga Bash, we'll be in front of your office on Monday.
Hello, I have a question. Here. Okay, very informative session. Thank you very much. The question is for Yahya and Kumi. I think it's very, very good what you're doing for esports and the emergence in Nigeria. However, we've not talked about something which I feel is important, which is the integrity as well. How are you working towards player integrity when it eventually gets to the heights that we want? We do know that some players can be compromised. It's a one-on-one game. How are you putting things in place to ensure that once the industry gets to where you want it to be, all the players that are there, when it's now on, different bookies, how can you ascertain that the players themselves are not compromised and we have like a fair, industry? Thank you.
Okay, so that's a very valid question, especially for esports tournament organizers. That's one of the biggest problems we have faced in the past 4 or 5 years that we have started playing professional esports tournaments. For example, there was a $15,000 esports tournament last year, and when they got to the top 8, the players started talking to themselves and saying, okay, let me win, let me do this. If I win this $15,000, I'll give you this, I'll give you that. So we've been trying to find a way to sort that out. So what we did was create a point system and a very gap between prizes. For example, if we're doing a 5 million naira prize pool, and the first winner is getting 3 million naira, the second winner is going to get like 500,000 naira. So it's going to be very difficult for them to talk about money. But then when it comes to other things like, okay, cheating and other things, we have rules and regulations that are standard, that even the federation has, that all players have to follow. But match fixing, we've been able to do that with a point system that we've been allocating. And then there's a leaderboard. There are like 2 or 3 different Nigerian leaderboards now that all the players are striving to get to. So it makes it difficult for them to want to drop their points for another person. So all those things are what we've been working on to give to make them work for winning and not just working for the money, because it's always been about the money. Now all of them want to have bragging rights to be on the leaderboards. One of the things we're working with the sports betting companies, how they can use esports, Nigerian leagues in esports betting, whereby you can now go to a particular leaderboard or website to check the best players on the platform. All these players want to be on that platform, so they now work towards it. So we're curbing that seriously, and it's one of our highest priority right now. Thank you.
My question is very straight to the stakeholders and the key players. We are talking of making money, playing game, making money. Good. We discovered that some of our youth are becoming irresponsible in playing the game. How do we take measures on it? That's the question for the stakeholders and key players.
Sorry, I think they are becoming irresponsible in playing?
In gaming.
Are you saying gaming as in betting or gaming as in esports?
Every aspect of it.
Okay, so I'll take the one for video games. Maybe you can take the one for betting. So for video games, everybody is an irresponsible player if you play too much. So what we do, especially at least for the past 10 years, with me and the Ghanaians and the Ivorians, we put education first. We make sure before we even bring you into our leagues and you're in school, you have some sort of educational standard. And then when you are there, we have rules and regulations of player hours for training if you're a professional. If you are not a professional gamer, we don't even allow you into some certain hours into our hubs. So, like I said, everybody is an irresponsible gamer because we can game for 24 hours. And, you know, it's because it's fun. And that's what we love doing. I know when I was a kid, I would play games 7 days straight and hide. And nobody's going to see me. My mother would think I'm lost, start looking for me, but I'm inside my room, I'm playing games. But at some point, I started understanding the values of education, I have to get these grades before I can play. So there are different measures, even from home and into the tournament organizers and different gaming hubs that we put in partnership with ourselves to make sure that, okay, there's a control over how responsible gamers can be. That's for the video game industry. So I don't know how they do that in the betting industry.
Well, in terms of the betting, that's really solid the responsibility of Lagos State. Of course, on a private level, there's what they call moral suasion, there's education, and ideally almost every operator should have some kind of mechanism that helps time out those who have exhausted certain timelines in terms of being, in terms of gambling. But essentially, it's Lagos State authorities. It's their responsibility, and I think they have provision for that. And I think they are also enforcing. Well, I don't know the level of enforcement, but I want to believe so. Thank you.
Mr. Ignat, please.
Yeah, just wanted to get back to the topic of the panel, is the word infrastructure. What I'm thinking is that the infrastructure is really missing, and besides technology, besides the devices, besides the place, which is super important, and without this it's very difficult to do this. But there is also, for me, the lack of infrastructure which allows everyone to understand who is who in the industry, and also to avoid match fixing and to avoid other bad things happening. Because still in Europe as well, there is no accountability. People who are cheating, who are engaged in the match fixing, they're kind of changed the name, and in many games they're getting back. I believe that this part of infrastructure can be also helpful, that the database, which will allow everyone to understand how good they are in terms of playing. So, for example, it's very difficult probably to become the world champion, but it's possible to become #1 in your school. And being #1 in your school, in theory, in the long run, you can become the representative of your school in the national school league, which also becomes the pathway forward. And if you've done something bad, if you were not performing well, if you've been engaged in match fixing, etc., everyone needs to know it. And this infrastructure can be really international. This infrastructure can be the one which will allow to create the international rankings. Not only the top players. As I said, for me, it's super important to empower esports, but there is a world of competitive gaming. Competitive gaming is much bigger. This competitive gaming and grassroots esports, this is what is like an infrastructure, and this is what empowerment through infrastructure of this layer can be a big enabler of the industry.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have time to continue this very engaging panel. So once again, I would like to thank you all for your time and thank you all for your contributes. Thank you very much.
Please stay for pictures.
Please come together for the photo. Please, a round of applause for them as they come down from the stage, please. The just concluded panel was about the rise of esports in Africa, infrastructure needs, and economic potential. We have an announcement for you.
Yes, so we have an announcement. One, the dinner and awards night is strictly by invitation. And two, we have a video announcement, so please stay glued to the screens.
Surprise video announcement.
Wow, people, it's your favorite boy Techno here. On the 26th of February, I'll be performing live at the dinner and awards night of the Africa Gaming Expo. It's going down at the Eco Convention Center. You already know what time it is. We're gonna have a fucking party. Come with see you guys, man. Come on, let's celebrate excellence.
Yes, it looks like Techno will be joining you at the dinner and awards night. One of his songs, Baby Pana.
Skeleton.
We already established yesterday that MC Faster Foster cannot sing, but he has tried. Please, a round of applause for him, please, so that so that he doesn't sing again. All right, next on the agenda.
And there's something very important.
What's
they
that?
said it's strictly.
Yeah, strictly by invitation.
So.
Do you have an invitation?
I don't need. I will just do like this. I will get there. When I raise my leg, I'm there.
Okay.
An African man.
Once again, you're back with your dreaming.
Yeah.
The next presentation will be by the Director General, National Office for Technology Acquisition and Promotion, Dr. Obiageli Edith Amadiobi. She will be speaking on the role of technology transfer in the development of the gaming sector in Nigeria. Please welcome her on stage.
Please, a round of applause for her. She comes up.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Barrister Obiageli Amadiobi. I am the Director General, Chief Executive Officer of the National Office for Technology Acquisition and Promotion. I want to start by thanking the organizers of this program. I had a handshake with two of them today, and it gladdened my heart. Kudos to you. And I also want to recognize my chairman who is here, Senator Tokumbo Afikuyomi, Chairman NUTAB. I am presenting a paper today on the role of technology transfer in development of the gaming sector in Nigeria. By way of introduction, we know that technology transfers refers to the process of transforming scientific findings, research, or technology from one organization, such as the university, the research institutions, to another, such as industries and the government, for further development and commercialization. For me, I would say it is knowledge, skill transfer from one system or individual to another. Gaming technology transfer is a process of moving processes, ideas, codes from developers to the public. It may include skills, knowledge, software, and services. The gaming industry is one of the most dynamic and creative sectors in the world, constantly evolving and depending heavily on various technologies for its operation and profitability. The gaming industry will continue to rely heavily on technology for its operation for the foreseeable future. By way of background of the technology acquisition in Nigeria, we know that in the 70s, we had an era of indiscriminate import of various technologies in Nigeria. Industrialization effort was mainly of turnkey packages with no technological link to the environment. We had uncoordinated technology inflows, international code of conduct on transfer of technology to developing countries were lacking. Technology transfer contracts then contained very unfair conditions, monopoly, pricing, restrictive business practices, export restrictions, high royalty rates, tie-in clauses with respect to equipment, raw materials, and components. Little comprehensive training and management succession programs, poor, weak local research and development activities. This gave birth to the establishment of the National Office for Intellectual Property in 1979 and promulgation of NOTAP Act in 1984. NOTAP, I hope you know, is the National Office for Technology Acquisition and Promotion. So I will be using NOTAP more often. So NOTAP's objective includes promoting the transfer of appropriate technologies in Nigeria, ensuring that foreign technology agreements benefit the Nigerian economy, protecting Nigerian interests in technology licensing and agreements, the dissemination of technology information. What are the key functions of NOTAP? We register technology and we monitor them. What do we mean by this? We register agreements between foreign and Nigerian firms. We ensure compliance with Nigerian laws and policies regarding technology transfer. We facilitate technology transfer by encouraging the importation of suitable technologies into Nigerian industries, not just making Nigeria a dumping ground. We work with the universities and research institutes to transfer research to the private sector. We develop appropriate measures for adaptation and domestication of acquired technologies. Now, I want to ask us a general question. Do we have gaming as a course of study in any university in Nigeria? The answer is no. But it can be incorporated in our academic curriculum under the ICT software development. And that makes it possible for our teeming youth who are gamers to understand what the technology on that is all about. NOTAP ensures promotion of local research and innovation by supporting indigenous innovators in protecting and commercializing their inventions, providing guidelines on intellectual property rights and commercialization strategies. What do we mean by that? We know that in future, like we helped the ICT sector to go into commercialization and protection of their rights, because you will see with time to come that even our locals will start writing apps on gaming. And what do we do with this? We encourage that such rights be given to them, the developers, to own such rights. And we do that by helping them to patent the apps which they originated. So we need these local apps to evolve after this conference. We also do advisory and consultancy services, advising Nigerian businesses on how to negotiate international technology agreements. And we also offer consultancy on developing technological capacities for various sectors. The role of technology transfer in development of gaming sector. Enhancing gaming industry competitiveness is one of it. Through technology transfer, the gaming industry will gain access to new emerging technologies that will improve productivity and global competitiveness. For instance, in the banks now, as we have local developers of applications, we are encouraging banks to utilize such applications. And it's making it a lot easier for our country, because we are now reserving and conserving our foreign exchange. Knowledge and skill development is another role of technology transfer in development of the gaming industry. It will help in building local capacity by ensuring that every technology transfer agreements in the gaming sector has training components to ensure knowledge and skill transfer from foreign entities to Nigerian researchers and businesses. We have the local vendor policy, what we call the local vendor policy. What does this mean? We established this, like I said, in the ICT sector, where if you import these local gaming facilities, we can encourage the original equipment manufacturers to help the local vendors to domesticate such applications, such that in the future we will learn how to improve on such applications, if not even grow better on it. Economic growth and diversification in all the sectors. Technology transfer in the gaming sector will contribute to the economic growth of Nigeria by driving innovation in key sectors like information, gaming software development, agri and manufacturing. NOTAP ensures that top-notch technologies are acquired to optimize productivity in all sectors of the economy. Relationship management between bettors and operators. The last panel talked about collaboration, which is of paramount importance. Hence, we rely on triple helix approach of engaging the OEMs, original equipment manufacturers, the regulators, and also the operators and bettors to come together, collaborate, and see the way forward Collaboration is very important because without collaboration, there won't be a way forward. Receptor mechanisms to enhance technology transfer in the gaming sector, the role of NOTAB. Receptor mechanisms, we know, are those things put in place to facilitate the acquisition and domestication of the gaming industry. From NOTAB's point of view, we are saying that certain percentage of remittable fees for gaming software should be retained locally as facilities to develop capacities and new products. And this will be a product of the collaboration we talked about earlier to form the local vendor policy in the gaming sector. Local gaming software vendors would be profiled by NOTAB in partnership with other relevant stakeholders to define the criteria for vendor partnership with stakeholders. Framework of regulatory compliance on acquisition and development of gaming application has been developed by NOTAB in partnership with stakeholders. Periodic stakeholders engagement on the development of the sector will be advocated by NOTAB, and by that I mean the government, thus eliminating double taxation as discussed yesterday. Strategies which shall include timelines on implementation of relevant compliance guidelines in the sector has been developed and will be discussed in subsequent stakeholders meeting, which we will think will factor into our program. We are happy, honestly, to inform you that there is already in place a guideline for registration of the gaming software. You know the advantages derivable from this, which most of you have asked for in the past. We are now ready to partner with you on this. Creation of database of gamers and operators under what we have as the database of Nigerian professionals. It's one of the things we have to take home and engage the organizers to ensure that we put this together. Challenges noticed by NOTAB in technology transfer in the gaming industry. We noticed non-availability of funding to encourage local skills and produce development in the gaming sector. We also noticed that the policy and regulatory frameworks must be updated and reviewed from time to time to make it a lot easier for the operators and gamers. We also noticed lack of adequate training and development in the sector. Hence, a lot of people blindly go into gaming without proper training. Low level of awareness and compliance prevalent in the sector is another challenge we noticed. Now, there is also this challenge of negative tagging of females and other gamers as fraudsters and irresponsible people. Surely they are not. And we will use the arm of government to ensure that this tag is removed. The future of NOTAB and gaming technology transfer in Nigeria. NOTAB will in future strengthen international partnership by expanding global collaboration with multinational companies and development organizations. On the policy and legislative reforms, we will advocate for more streamlined, clear policy to ease the technology transfer process. We will increase your public awareness through educating the public and businesses about the importance and potential of technology transfer in driving economic growth. We will encourage companies and agencies to invest in infrastructure and skill by upgrading local infrastructure for better support on the implementation of your new technologies. In conclusion, and by way of summary, we believe and we know that the gaming sector will play a pivotal role in facilitating technology transfer in Nigeria by bridging the gap between research and industry and fostering economic development. Now, what is the call to action? The gaming sector operators should come together to develop local core gaming technologies that will drive their operations, to reduce dependence on foreign technologies and reduce foreign exchange being expended by the country. Continued investment in technology transfer initiative is highly advocated. Then greater collaboration between the public and private sectors for sustained economical growth is also advocated. I want to thank this wonderful expo and the organizers. It has given us tremendous insights into the African gaming, and we pray that you sustain this annual event and take it also down to the grassroots where the gamers really are. Thank you and God bless you.
Is a round of applause for Dr. Obiageli Edith.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry, after you.
Thank you.
As a gentleman.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a networking break. This will commence now and it will last for about 30 minutes.
Yeah, networking break and tea break for like 30 minutes.
So we'll see you right back here in exactly 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a cultural divide. I'm gonna get it on the floor.
French. I don't know what's going on. You see?
Alors nous allons en pause maintenant pour boire du thé et pour connecter avec des gens qui sont ici aujourd'hui. Désolé pour ça, s'il vous plaît. Alors pour les gens qui parlent français maintenant, c'est en pause. Pause là. Where's not lunch, networking break, just network with people. Okay, question for madam.
Questions. Oh.
Okay.
Hey, you're not going to collect your balance for this French interpretation that you're doing, you know.
Madam, question. They have question for her.
Dr. Obiageli, we have questions from the audience. Okay, can we please get a microphone to the back, right over here? Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, doctor, for the brilliant lecture you have delivered today. In the time past, we had approached NOTAP for registration, and every time we approached NOTAP at the time, we were turned down. But we are very glad for the promises you have made here today. We look forward to working with NOTAP for registration and collaboration. I know you have made mention of guidelines which will be released to gaming operators. We are going to follow up with the organizers of AGE to see how we can get this. We need the support and collaboration of NOTAP. We have tried over the years. We have come to your office as association. We have come individually, and every time we come, though you were not in charge at the time, but I'm happy now that a lady is in charge, there is a positive attitude towards gaming. They always turn us back in the past, but you have given us your promise today, and we will certainly take this offer, we will take it up, and we look forward to having you granting our registration in due course. So mine is not a question per se, it's a comment. So we thank you for the change of attitude, and we will take up the challenge you have given us today. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The promise is real. We have a new NOTAB, and I am in charge. And that is why I'm making the statement. Just come from Monday, we will attend to you. The guidelines will get to the operators and to you when you register. Thank you and God bless you. Any other question or comments?
Any more questions or comments before we go on the networking break?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Obiageli.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maintenant, nous allons pour le poste maintenant et on va se connecter. Merci. It's time for the networking break. Thank you.
Oh no! It's a cultural divide. I'ma get it on the floor.
You really about to do it?
40 acres in the mule. This is bigger than the music.
You really about to do it?
Yeah, they tried to rig the game, but you can't fake influence.
They get on it like that.
Hey, I'm tripping, I'm slapping, I'm right through the back like hey.
The industry can hate me. Fuck about it. Think about how many options we got. That means too many options. I'm finna pass on this body on John Stockton.
Beat your ass and hide the Bible if God watching.
Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman. Up the store with him. Rock it down all the time. I know he got some hold on him. Hold on him. Extortion. When you duck on him. Say fake. I hate you like I'm drunk. You better not ever go to cell block. You need to go talk to him and they love. Just make sure you hot them little sister. Show me yours that you wanna get your hand-me-downs. And party at the party with his nails now. And Mama got the whip case by us here around. Certified love boys, certified pounds. Rock, 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 that fucking world. Rock, 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 rock. I'ma do my stuff. Why you trolling like a bitch? Ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord. It's probably a reminder. Alright. Aristocrats.
Internationally, we take this hard, but I don't see you delete the bar. Now you the from local car, one or two reality must come out. You don't know me, you are so when me Mr. But you need backseat, you know I'm for the topic, you know they don't wanna see all that. Come on, follow me around my road. Relax, every time you're crazy. I'm dead, you got this. Right now, I don't feel like it. Daddy, daddy, it's alright. Mommy, mommy, it's alright. Daddy, daddy, it's alright. Mommy, mommy, it's alright. Daddy, daddy, it's alright. This is another Torio from a run. Make I tell you waiting happen for a bullet. Oh, this big party inside my bullet. I went there with my best friend Kule. Kule they there with his girlfriend Shile. Ghetto girls them they like Takasufi. So many pretty girls they inside my mule. I just did wonder say which can party everything yamba, everything there. Okay, I get many girls when they come from away. AJ boys and they like to throw away. Almost see go be. We just having fun. We won't carry on. Crazy girls like me this stallion. But my girlfriend they yeah they turn me on. That's why I hold on tight. Hold on, yeah, yeah. Hold on tight. Hold on, yeah, yeah. That's why I hold on tight. Hold on, yeah, yeah. Hold on tight. Hold on, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
What's my name? Top daddy. Big tunes, got the club banging. Less man, more bodies. What's that? It's a drop top caddy. What's my name? Top daddy. Big tunes, got the club banging. Less man, more bodies. What's that? It's a drop top caddy. Drop daddy, drop daddy, drop daddy, drop daddy, drop daddy, drop daddy, yeah, shit you like a kocha. Get skills you go like on cover. You man we be life supporter, but not the type with the type computer. Don't type computer. Neck flows hammer time. See the watch you they shine from afar. Central bank for inside I got that. The computer is just under papa come on back. But daddy know the rush. A slow walk. Oh God, you go fear bro. You don't have respect for the chairman. Director. What's my name? Daddy. Big tunes, got the club banging. Less man, more bodies. What's that? It's a drop top caddy. What's my name? Daddy. Big tunes, got the club banging. Less man, more bodies. What's that? It's a drop top caddy. Drop daddy, 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 drop daddy.
What's my name?
Zagada. It's your body easy. Yeah. If you give your heart to me, I'm gonna let you go. Where I'm gonna do you, Sabasa, baby, trust me. When you give your heart to me, I'm gonna let you go. Where I'm gonna do you, Sabasa, baby, trust me. I will do your body like skin time. We're gonna do it by your side. 10 times when I don't get to speak up, you do it by my side. So make I do your body like skin time. We're gonna do it by your side. Cause 10 times when I don't get to speak up, you do it by my side. Oh na 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 na.
I want to use my last card. I spend some money. I'm sick. Pastors me the money. The things I got you correct down for this. But you don't know I'm done for you. Let's get to the reminisce. Waiting for me. Many years waiting for me. I want to lose my last cut of money of life. I want to go back and tell my generation I love you. You get to see when you get to me and I'll be asked me. Baby, you make me I've been out here thinking, I've been smoking and overdose drinking, trying to make you queen and a wife, but macaroni with cheese on the side. Hello, hey shawty, nice to meet ya. I got smoke money, spoil you and your sister. Make I send round to your mama from Insta. I don't feel why you, mama, you know we lister. Yeah, you make a man go nut. You set with your chest and butt. Then you make a man go. Come and let Oxley do the rest of the talk.
I want to lose my last cut of money of life. I want to go back and tell my generation I love you. You get to see when you get to me and I'll be asked me. Baby, you make me
from the Everest to that cake bread and bacon. Get the motherfucking tape on you when I'm little good. When I look fresh with a pink cake, I touch you motherfucking shades on.
know you from last night. I don't want back, I don't want that from my best side. I'm not too shy, I know this you reply. I know this you reply. Say one girl you know they give me stress. Another one with the cool my temper. One girl you know they leave my side. One girl they give me advice. Slow down, slow down, oh slow down. Say what can I take you blessing? Not the enjoyment, baby, love will not take you blessing. You know that I listen. Say what can I take you blessing? Not the enjoyment, baby, love will not take you blessing. Why you not let lesson? So they come cha-cha-cha-cha. Nobody touch it, touch. My song was it, they got it, I love. Stop it, if you don't make it, do I'm cha-cha. Then I pass on a can't see the boy like hello. Oh nah, what is it you want? Oh baby, baby, baby. I there for the answer. Oh baby, baby, baby. I get you for my oh baby, baby, baby. You wanna pull my temper. Oh baby, baby, baby. Say what can I take you blessing? Let me tell you, baby, love will not take you blessing. You know that I listen. Say what will not take you blessing. Let me tell you, baby, love will not take you blessing. Now you will like Superman, you will.
No, I'm just here good. It's done just here good. It's done just here. Just for the record. Just for the record. If you like me to chop at the tomato, then you go catch up. Oh, yeah, come on, I so blame them all. You go do your one time, I beg for one time, I'm not to my mess. Anything you wish me, that be a passion. That man no they walk up, and no be God. Make them they talk up, I see they fly like a helicopter. Never the grace of God and inshallah with them move. Question, but they no get the answer. 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 What's up, you do? Yeah, go see Gasala when you do. See green black when I look at you. First time I'll take the people with you. Now my Gasala when you do. When I say I know, say you wait till you do. So when we go get a while like you do. Go to one you go so. Anything you wish me, that be a passion. That man no they walk up, and no be God. Make them they talk up, I see they fly like a helicopter. Nobody grace of God and inshallah with them move up. Question, but they no get the answer. 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 Question,
And I mean it make you free of your mind. Say your body talk to me nice. Say now my love you didn't need for your life. Yeah, I love to be like. Say every day together, yeah, day and night. Yeah, if I leave you by. Yeah, if you leave I go stroke your body, baby. Love me your body, baby. As you wind me your body, baby. So crazy. Love me your body, baby. Get me what need to me. I just wanna let you know. Oh, baby, you don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you can hold my body. Only you can hold my body. You don't need no other.
As long as the honesty for my copy never finish, but in I feel I go talk and finish. See girl, if you will give me 1 minute, I convince you I'm that confident. We want to know you for a couple minutes. When we go to mark, they see me finish. Then if you will give me 1 minute, till I convince you I'm that confident. 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 When I go back when they see me finish, I convince you I'm that confident. Something on my mind, so make I do it one time. Got some liquor on my mind, my head and my time. Tell me if you like, so maybe we'll step outside. We can go right outside in the night time. Ain't no what's it, ain't no what's it go. I give you up, cause I'm missing on something. I go sweet you like when I'm missing, got nothing. You know what's it good, you know what's it good. I give you up, cause I'm missing on something. I sweet you like when I'm missing, got nothing. Excuse me please, my sister. Well, I've been talking to you, you know they say that me, they are partner. And I want to be your sister. I just see your face on top my radar, I won't make me calm down. Girl, I stand out for the money from till I go over finish. But it's not gonna make it go back finish. This kind of love, I'm not sure you finish. Don't see me feeling because of the bad, I bought this out of the way from line. She don't make me sound good, but as long as the honesty to my copy never finish, but in I feel like I don't can finish. See girl, if you will give me 1 minute, I convince you I'm that confident. Not to you for a couple minutes. When you go to my they see me finish. Then if you will give me 1 minute, till I convince you I'm that confident. I convince you I'm that confident. I convince you I'm that confident. I convince you I'm that confident.
Something is soft for them. Everything is soft for them. Take the balls for them. The balls for them. 19 ways soft for them.
reality Malako Ivana, Malako Kama, Malako Ivana, Malako Kama, Malako Ivana, Malako Kama, Malako Ivana. Alogo logo ya babulu, ya babulu kule, logo ya babulu, ya babulu logo ya babulu, ya babulu kule, logo ya babulu, hey ya babulu kule.
You know me, I do that popo. Until you find go so good. Me, I get the push of good. Baby, your body roboto. Make up in I'm like Cocoso. Make up like you go Opoto. Oh, you put me with your good. Yeah, I'm bad. Kilo day, I'm bad. Yeah, I'm bad. Double X, I'm bad. One berry. Berry for me, one berry. Ó ti pẹ́ tójú mi ti ń lẹ́rì. Ó ti pẹ́ jù lágbẹ́rì. Ó jọ pọ́pọ́, ló ṣe ní ẹ̀kú lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Èmi ní pápá sọ́kọ́tọ́. Ṣàwọn ẹ̀dá, ó ṣe wọ́n ti jẹ́ pọ́pọ́. Ẹ̀ka sí náà máa ń pọ́pọ́ sọ́. Ẹ̀ka kájú tó ó pọ́pọ́. Ṣàwọn ẹ̀dá.
Mozambique number one, Nigeria number one, Puerto Rico number one, Costa Rica number one. Chave, 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 chave. Ay, chavelala, chavelala, chavelala. Hey, hey, chavelala, chavelala, chavelala. Say yes, chave, 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 chave. Chave, chave, ay, chavelala, chavelala, chavelala. Chavelala, serious. Chavelala, kuna munandi, kuna munandi, kuna munandi. Chavelala, kuna munandi, kuna munandi, kuna munandi. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Chavelala, kuna munandi, kuna munandi, kuna munandi. Chavelala, kuna munandi, kuna munandi, kuna munandi. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Mozambique number one, Nigeria number one, Puerto Rico number one, Costa Rica number one. It is shake, it is shake, it is shake. It is move, it is move, it is move. It is shake, it is shake, it is shake. It is move, it is move, it is move. Puerto Rico.
bad. We think crispy. Bad boys don't wanna kiss me. I don't do party with anybody. We Versace cover my body, all over my body. Party, Illuminati. I don't do party with anybody. We Versace cover my body, all over my body. Party.
No strong, but still the plus to the calculate 24 divided by 3. Simple arithmetic, thank you if you go ahead. Check out my seat. Show the people she fresh, but that rada. When you get the sharp, crack. Everything sharp, bra. DJ bring it back, you dark backer. And I get you. Everything in my arm. I with the cash for squander. And I get you. Everything in my arm. I with the cash for squander.
Awukhuluma ngomfazi uyasenda, asakhulumi ngokhoma uyabheka,
everything in my arm. I with the cash for squander. And I get you. Everything in my arm. I with the cash for squander. And I get you. Everything in my arm. I with the cash for squander. And I get you. Everything in my arm. I with the cash for squander.
You love nobody but you. You get how she sweet my body when I sleep at night. The people be don't want on this man to fool. Talk anything, I'll do. I don't wanna break up. Cause you don't make me love up, loving you. Girl, I don't want to break up. As you don't make me love up, loving you. Take a look at you, take a look oh somebody, don't let that go. Oh somebody, sing oh somebody, don't let that go. Oh somebody, sing oh somebody, don't let that go. Oh somebody, sing oh somebody, don't let that go. Hey, somebody, go my baby, designer, fine body, no need to suffer. I want hooligans and I feel come closer. See my baby hot past the crowd. Oh, see many men, want you to get high for your matter. But my baby declare them, say man I can't go with the fuck up. Oh fine, she's mine. Baby, dance I beg you then the pop. Let them know, say me and you we go back till the end of time. We don't go break up. Cause you don't make me love up, loving you. girl, I don't want to break up, break up, break up. I should don't make me love up, loving you. Check out the giant, check out
Oh somebody, don't let that go. Oh somebody, say oh somebody, don't let that go. Oh somebody, oh somebody, don't let that go. Oh somebody, say oh somebody, don't let that go. Oh somebody.
Pass my baby, nobody fine. Pass my baby, nobody bad. Just pass my baby, nobody dance. Why do? Fine, pass my baby, nobody fine. Pass my baby, nobody bad. Just pass my baby, nobody dance. Why do? No. I make it move faster. I make it move faster. No. I make it move faster. I make it move faster.
It's STG.
go be from my command, like something. Put down on me, you with your coca body. From my command, like something. Put down on me, you with your coca body. Cause this your milky for something not for me. Hold on for me, I no go to make honey. And if you're making a fight, I saw me to look. Tell up on me, oh baby, smile, baby, gonna waka waka when you wake up, Malika. Baby, gonna do you give me sugar, la. Macho Mona Lisa, 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 Macho Mona Lisa. Girl, I'll be foolish if I don't let you indulge me. Your lips like poison, I take my chance with you. If I feel your body, you're in the night, I'll show you alone. You're on top of my town like tsunami, would you hold me down in the corner? Waka when you wake up, Malika. Baby, gonna will you give me sugar, la. Macho Mona Lisa, 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 Macho Mona Lisa.
Sagrandosa, Gizon Indosa. 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 Sagrandosa,
Ladies and gentlemen, networking session is now over. Please make your way back into the Zinnia Hall for the next panel session. DJ, could you please kindly reduce the volume? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've enjoyed the networking tea break. It is now time to come back into the Zinnia Hall for the next panel session. Thank you.
Okay, please, let us round up. Let's round it up now because we're about to start again. We're about to continue, and let's just round up. Let's round it up now. Thank you. Let's round it up now. Thank you. Please let's round the networking break up now so that we can continue with the program. Thank you. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Please let's round up so that we can continue with the program. Round up. Thank you. Gideon Oware, please, your tag is here. Gideon Oware, if you're looking for your tag, please, your tag is here. Thank you.
I hope you got some time. You free to join me to party from sundown to sunrise. You free to join me to party from sundown to sunrise. Mama Shaya, Mumu, Fafa Kufa, Yeboja. Mama Shaya, Mumu, Fafa Kufa, Baba Shonyo. Till sunrise, till sundown, till next night. Don't come, Charlie Wanjo, Charlie today, Ayo Mide, viva way, Babuko, if you love me, oh well, baby I know, oh well, if you love me, oh well, baby I know, oh well, Mama Shaye, Mumu, Fafa Kufa, Yebojo, Mama Shaye, Mumu, Fafa Kufa, Baba Shonyo. sunrise, till sundown, till next night. Don't go, are you hearing me? It's a felony, it's a tragedy. Say person die with a package. If you love me so,
And please, if you are looking for your card, Equity card, the name on the card is Tanu C. Please kindly reach out to me, please, if you are looking for your card. Thank you. If you are looking for your Visa card, please. The name on the card is Tanwi C. If you are looking for your ATM card, please kindly reach out to me. The name on the ATM card is Tanui C. Thank you. It's a Visa card. Si vous cherchez pour votre ATM card, s'il vous plaît, il faut m'appeler, je vais vous donner. Je suis avec la carte bancaire ici. La carte bancaire, le nom de la carte bancaire est Tanwisi. C'est le Visa card. Tanwisi, c'est la carte bancaire de quelqu'un. Si vous avez perdu votre carte bancaire, s'il vous plaît, il faut m'appeler. Je vais vous donner. Please, if you are looking for your ATM card, please kindly reach out to me. The name of the card is Stanley C, and it's a Visa card. Thank you.
Never play, never joke, never 10-10. I don't girls don't find me, bitch, 10-10. See my beer, mommy, money call mommy. For a power, me could have to my rock, I'm a dancer, rapper pumper. Be that green, millennium, be papa pumper. I know they live the side, baby know the mindy. And you shiny president, to beat Joe Biden. Give it to baby, baby know the ID. Jawai Jawsi, baby always guiding. Baby me, Billy, she ain't sugar daddy. Baby me, Billy, good sugar daddy. Baby me, Billy, come on sugar daddy.
Please, let us round up now. We're about to start. Please, let us round up. Let us have a seat. We're about to start, please. The networking break is over. And in 1 minute, we are starting. Okay, thank you.
Better for us. If you be my baby girl, we go better for us.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the networking break and the tea break as well. That was very short and nice. To spice up this event, I would like to invite Live is a Game, a playlet. But before I invite them, let me allow the all whites looking good Stephanie Coker come. So now we're about to have another form, another view for this event. It's going to be a performer. What do you think? What are you expecting from them?
No, I definitely agree with you. I just want to make sure that you have translated for our French-speaking guests.
Yeah, I am doing my work. I'm translating. Yes.
You have.
Thank you. Okay, please put your hands together as we welcome Live is a Game, a playlet by the Classica Studio. Please put your hands together for the Classica Studio for their presentation.
Yes. Great job.
Yeah, great job. Yeah.
Yes.
Maxi.
From the Zambese's breath to Kilimanjaro's song, a story is told about a place where fortune unfolds, a new world of grace untold. This new world is Timbuktu, the city of games. Here, men and women come to play games, and those who play by the rules are rewarded with gold. Their dreams never grow old. Timbuktu, oh yes, a world of chances bought and sold, a modern lure more captivating than gold, where fortunes rise and fall at the spin of the wheel, where the price of folly can be tragically real. Timbuktu, we salute you. Today, it is your story that we have come to tell. Now, listen to me, old brothers. Attend my word, O sisters. From Lagos drums to the hums of Nairobi, from Cape Town's breeze to Dakar's setting sun, Timbuktu draws everyone in, whose hope is to be dressed in shimmering diamonds. Men and women who dream of a life where the world is at the tip of their fingers. They say that when Timbuktu was built, the greed of men was shackled. Hence, the people at the gate told all the gamers to play safe. And all those who go through the gates were told never to play too late, for the greed of man cannot be shackled for long. And so one day, one fateful day, a certain shadow crept up into Timbuktu and unshackled greed. Oh, as a result, men stopped chasing dreams and started to run after fantasies. The brothers of Timbuktu wanted more money so that they can keep the place alive. Alas, a place once filled with laughter and happiness was a shadow of its past glory. The city of games lost its game. The men, they lost their way.
Wamo, onye kam na kota. Wamo, onye kam na kota. Onye kam na kota. Iju wamo, onye kam na kota. Sorry, please, have you seen my wife? Sorry, mommy, have you seen my wife? Has anyone seen my lovely wife? Hey, I have destroyed my family. With my own bare hands, I have destroyed my family. Do you know that my life used to be good until I lost my job and my wife became my only source of livelihood? And then one day I decided to visit the city
Timbuktu to play a game. One game they say that will bring the whole world in my pocket. So I heard of an advert that says show off, and I ran to the ticket. I said, "Is this all legit?" And he said, "It is show me." So I went to the bank now. We drew part of the money that was the money my wife had saved for our house rent. I withdrew it. I took it back to the ticket now, and the ticket helped me to play the stake. I played the stake, bro. And the Man City me, I lost. Now I am afraid my wife must not find out what I have done. So I ran back to the ticketer now and asked for advice, and the ticketer said I should play a game. So I went to the bank, withdrew some money, came back to the ticketer, played the game, went to the bank, withdrew some money, played again, I lost. Went to the bank, withdrew money, played again, I borrowed from my friends, withdrew money, played again, I borrowed from my friends, I withdrew money, I went to the bank, played again until I lost everything. Until I lost everything, though. Hey! It is not just the game I lost, bro. I lost my family. I lost my wife. I lost my friends. I lost everything to Timbuktu. Timbuktu has killed me. Hey! Hey!
Isn't I get it because such hard for it? They called it double or nothing on my bet. Just a small stick will give me a big take. You remember Kofi? He bought that new flashy phone with his winnings. Said he only put 5 CDs. 5 CDs? I mean, he showed me the app, how easy it is. You just pick the game, pick the team, and pick the score. He was swimming in money, or so it seemed. You know, I saw the potential. Mama struggles. School fees was always a worry. So I thought, if I could just double it, even once, it will certainly take the pressure off, right? So my first few bets, they were small. 1 city here, 2 cities there. I even won a number of times. Just enough for me to think that I am clever, that I have cracked the code, that I was smarter than the algorithm, that I could beat the system. And then came the big one, Champions League final. Everybody was talking about it, so I invited me say it as my big chance, my big ticket out of this struggle. And so I took it all. My school fees. Yes, the one Mama had screamed and saved for months. Selling plantain at the market, mending clothes for neighbors. I took every city. I mean, I was so sure. I studied the teams, the statistics, the parts, the games. I studied it. I even dreamt about it. I saw the polls
nothing special about me. I'm not married guy, just a plumber. But I have a beautiful daughter and a beautiful wife. My life is simple and predictable, right? I go out in the morning, I come back in the evening with what my hands have worked for. Only what my hands have worked for. But I know life can be a bit boring. So I decided to, what? Let me do something to, spice up my life, something interesting. And I went to Timbuktu to start playing games, right? I went there not for the allure of getting diamonds or gold or something fancy. I just went for the fun of it. In there I have the ability to think strategically, come up with nice ideas, solve problems. It's a different kind of mental work, right? Something nice. But at the same time, I ensure that I take moderate risk. Why? Because I realized that something happened today when I was there. I was playing a game and it was going very well, right? I stepped on some very good matches, got some winnings, communication was on point, things were going very fine. And that each game, with that voice that whispers to you, what? Put all your money inside. I heard that voice. And I was tempted to. The money that I usually have this thing I do, I save money or I keep an amount of money I call fun money for playing. And when that money was finished, the voice came again. He told me, put your daughter's school fees into the game. If you're winning since, if you put it, you will double it. That's when I knew my village people has come for me. What I did, I packed my bag, packed my things, and I said, today's gaming is over. I'm going home. See you next time. It's not me that they'll wreck in this Lagos. Wait. I know my life is boring. But they say we listen, we don't judge. Why are you laughing at me?
No, on the contrary, I am not. Your story has opened my eyes to one fact which has eluded us.
What's that?
That greed does not really have power over us unless we allow it. I mean, look at you. Same game, same city, a different mentality.
True. But tell me, these ones, the things that they did, was it their fault what's happening to them?
Well, not entirely. I mean, they made a few bad decisions, true, that turned their lives upside down. But they are not to blame totally. The operators of Timbuktu land also share a blame in this. I mean, they paint a picture of instant wins while hiding the dangers that no one thinks about. They too must learn to listen to their own decrees. Fairness in every wager staked. The light of transparency must not be extinguished. I mean, for the farmer toiling under the scorching sun, for the market woman whose day is almost done, for that student who is dreaming of a better tomorrow. The lure of quick fortune can only bring sorrow. They too need to be protected. Yes, and the operators must ensure that they are transparent. So, today, as we open Timbuktu again, let me remind you, brothers and sisters, a game, and we must play it with care and with caution. The future of Africa depends on what happens in Timbuktu. So, let us together raise an Africa where we gain responsibly for me and for you. Don't stop. Don't stop. Just give me that. Keep on the weight. That key you are using to toy with our emotion. Give me. If you watch Nollywood very well, you will understand that key. Give me. What's happening? Yes, I collected my salary last week Monday. 500,000 naira. And I was walking. I saw people laughing, happy. I won't bet. Someone had come. He said, you can change your 500,000 naira to 5 million naira. I said, oh! I went there. All my salary. I said, I want to play bets. Over 2.5, 5,000 naira. Naim followed me go out. I met Stephanie Coker, and she supported me with 5 million naira. But when we woke up, we were dreaming. Thank you.
And the AMPCA award does not go to MC Foster this year.
Thank you.
Try again next year.
No, this year. All right, I would like to announce to you, if you still want to win,
yes, the bank bet draw.
Yeah, the bank bet draw. Yes, please, if you want to get the bank bet draw, just go to the bank bet stand and get the ticket.
Drop your complimentary card.
No, that's for the age.
Oh.
For the age, you drop your complimentary card, and for the bank bet, you go to their stand and you get your tickets, and you win your car.
Oh, all right, car. This you and this car. Right, we're moving on to the next panel session, and the panel is called
All Sports Betting and Local Leagues, Balancing Integrity and Revenue Generation.
Okay, I have some friends on this panel. To moderate the panel, we have Sasha Boma, Head of Affiliates for Coastline Gaming.
Please, a round of applause for her.
Thank you.
Oh, a round of applause for her. She's my friend too. Yeah, you're welcome.
Everybody's your friend now, yeah?
Yeah, you know my friend.
Do you know him? Of course I know him. Oh, she's a nice lady.
Yeah.
Okay, joining Sasha on the panel is going to be Ntwadi Moyelo. I hope I got that right. Managing Director, Mkezo Limited, Rwanda, all the way from Rwanda.
Please give
it up for her.
Please give it up for her, please.
Is it her? I'm just guessing. It might be a man.
A round of applause for him.
Sorry.
A round of applause for him, all the way from Rwanda. And the next person is
Jean-Claude Mushimir, Executive Director, Rwanda Gaming Association.
Please a round of applause for him.
Yes, I know. We have Gosi Nwoke, Managing Director, Kingmakers, Bet King, and Chairman, Vend Capital. Please, round of applause. Thank you.
Please a round of applause for him.
Yes. Toyi Ibitoye, Sports Analyst and Journalist. Yes. And last but not least, oh, we all know him. Moses Praise, Super Sport presenter. Where is he?
Okay, please, a round of applause for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not still going to forgive him for making that comment about me, that Stephanie had to go and look for a shorter person that he can bully on the stage, but it's fine. Please give it up for him. Over to the moderator.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining this afternoon. I'm Sasha Burma. I'm extremely privileged to be with such an esteemed panel. Would you like to introduce yourselves briefly? Should we start with you? Do you want to borrow mine?
All right, so just a quick correction. So my name is Niyama Ashonkatai. I am the regional manager for West and Southern Africa for Bet Power. Yeah, so I realized that they mentioned 2D rather. Yeah, so just a quick correction, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Claude Mushimira is my name, from Rwanda Gaming Association. It'd be great to be here for this panel discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gosu Kawoke. I'm the Managing Director and CEO for BetKing, Kingmakers.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tony Bitwe, sports presenter, sports producer.
Good day, everyone. I'm Moses Praise. I'm a media practitioner, media strategist, and a super sport presenter, and an honor to be on set with these distinguished persons.
Thank you so much. So this afternoon, we're going to be discussing, and we heard a lot about how do we maintain integrity in esports. But now we're shifting the focus a little bit to football and local league sporting, and how, especially with the growth of it, the youth market who are becoming more and more optimized with mobile sports betting, how do we keep the integrity of football and other league sports within the country, and how do we safeguard the integrity of sports? And obviously, we don't always be negative around sporting and sports betting, the sponsorships. Obviously, it's huge. We've seen that with massive sponsorships. So first of all, let's talk about the good that these sponsorships are doing, and then we can look at the not so great side of it, as we saw earlier in our performance. I think you would probably be best with regards to your experience with CSI and CSR initiatives as what it does to the leagues and what sports sponsorships actually do and achieve for the player.
Well, thank you very much. I think that this topic is very key and very important because when you look at it, these are two necessary evils. So the dichotomy of it, in one breath, you need sports betting companies to actually come in and support sports. In the other breath, if care is not taken, it would destroy the integrity of the game. So this is very, very important. And that is the reason we really need to work with associations. So for instance, and then we need to also put money in the sports. Now this is what we do. In our quest to support sports development across Africa, we realize that one of the priceless assets of sports are the players. And so sometimes when we come in to support, we actually channel the support to the federations and sometimes the government. But sometimes we also forget that the most important ones are the players. Now, because these guys, if the money that we support do not trickle down to them, they also, stand the danger of actually destroying the integrity of the game because they are on the field playing. They can take certain decisions that may harm the game. So this is how we chose as Bet Power to resolve the issue. So somewhere in 2022, when we decided to be the headline sponsor for the Ghana Premier League, we decided that, okay, not only are we going to put money or give money to the federations, but we also need to come in and introduce something we call the locker room bonus. Now, the locker room bonus sort, or what it does, is that we pay directly the players winning bonuses. So that at the end of the day, what we have done is that we create competition among the players. Now, this is what we do. At the end of every game or in the course of the week, when you are able to make the match day squad and you play your game and you win, we give you winning bonuses. Our winning bonus was not to substitute what the clubs were already paying, but was to augment what they were paying. So at the end of the day, the players would not go and place bets and destroy the integrity of the game, but rather they would work very, very hard to be part of the match day squad, because once they are part of the match day squad, they stand a chance of getting money directly from Bet Power. And we were not paying this money to the associations. When we began this, some of the teams did not want to give us the data of their players because they thought that we were going to compromise, but we proved to them beyond all reasonable doubt that we also uphold the integrity of the game, because we are the industry players. And if we do not tell our story, nobody is going to tell the story for us. If we do not take the lead in discussing issues of integrity, nobody will do it for us. So we gave them that assurance that, listen, trust us with the data of your players. And we've been doing this in Uganda, we've been doing that in Rwanda, we've been doing that in Tanzania, we've been doing this in Ghana. Until today, no team has ever said that we compromised, the integrity of the game. And so those are some of the things that we are doing to help shape or support sports in Africa.
Thank you so much. We're definitely going to explore exactly what you're saying. How do we entice and keep integrity going? And I think you've really put really great suggestions. For example, incentivizing the players directly to keep their own integrity, which is amazing. But Moses, I want to ask you a question. You obviously are very close with the players. You're very close with the supporters. You've seen firsthand what happens to sports teams. I know some local leagues in Nigeria have been removed from the league because of integrity not being maintained. How do you see this affecting the communities who support these players, who support these teams, and how does it affect the rest of the team and the players themselves?
That is some excellent question, Sasha. And I may be a harbinger of doom here because we've seen quite a lot of nonsense, so to say. The league in itself has not portrayed itself as having transparency in how they handle things. And I know a couple of people might not be happy about this, but it's the truth, and it needs to be said at some point in time. The Nigerian league needs a lot of education. And I'm talking administrators, I'm talking players, I'm talking coaches, I'm talking referees, a whole overhaul. Because the system is so fragile that games can be influenced. It takes away the whole integrity of it, especially when you go watch a game and everybody believes once you play away from home, you are doomed to lose the game. You could see games going into 15 minutes of added time and all of those craziness. And I feel what needs to happen is education. What needs to happen is a sense of awareness to understand the importance of the rudiment of what the sport is, not just to them as players, but to the whole community. Most of the teams are distant from the community. So, you can't say you have a fan base, you go somewhere else and your fans cannot travel with you. To the point that we have supporters club who says for us to go with you, you have to pay us to follow you as a team. So there's a whole disconnect in the system. Once that disconnect is there, it can be easily influenced. And we're talking integrity of the game itself. My brother here with what he said with Bet Power is very, very instructive. But ultimately, the players need to understand that there are consequences. So in other words, there should be some form of collaboration with the leagues and law enforcement. And I'm saying true law enforcement. I also feel there needs to be transparency and accountability where when you get hold of anybody who has transgressed, let the punitive measures be made public. Let everybody know that if you go beyond this boundary, there are consequences, and they are very hard consequences. I often would say, my daughters are teenagers now, but as little children, when they transgress, I say to them, if you do that again, I'm going to beat you. I say that. And I'm sure there are fathers here that do that. I don't have any naughty corners in my house. So I address issues. When they transgress, again, I call them. We have a general meeting, the whole family. What did I say? Why did you do that? Most times they tell me it was the devil. I don't know how. But they said the devil came in. So after we've discussed that, guess what I do? I beat her. Because I need you to understand that my threats are not just mere words. Incidentally, what we've had as administrators dealing with these issues have been paper tigers. So they need to be transparent. Let us know punitive measures you put in place. Ban players who will, go against these laws that you have stated. And I think we will have a much more stronger leagues. That has been the issue, and that's why it's easier to influence. That's why our league is not really out there that you could actually place bets on, because they are very, very easy to influence.
Thank you. And then I'm going to give this one to you, Jean-Claude, as obviously a gambling regulator. Where do you think your responsibility lies with regards to enforcing and disciplining and making, I'm used to you from Rwanda, but obviously what would you say your role as a regulator is with regards to enforcing that and putting the rules in place and making things transparent? Where do you think the responsibility lies? And after that, I'm going to follow up with the operators. Where do you think the responsibility lies with the operators?
Thanks. I will start with the bettings companies or the sports bettings, the contribution to the leagues. We know that is the major now who make sponsorship, advertising. They are contributing to the leagues for the development and also for the soccer development or other sports. We are acknowledge that the operators has done things, and also we acknowledge the fan engagement, as he say, the fan engagement on those, because now, because of sport betting, some companies has make like the fan to know the leagues, to know the players, to attract to the odds, has make everyone now know how the analytic analysis of the games. But once we came to the regulators, how they can do for the integrity, that is the one thing. They need to making the strict licensing mechanism. They need to be very, very hard to get a license, because there's people, they can come, they get license or what, but they need to be strict measures for the licensing. The second one, there is a collaboration. We need to have a collaboration of the integrated farms, international integrated farm. We need to have the integration of, for example, if the soccer, with the FIFA unit of the integrated. This is the need to be a mechanism of integrations. Another thing, we need to, the operators need to know that their responsibilities also to report, a mechanism of reporting the suspicious activity, betting activities. It's happened in Rwanda, it's happened in 2022, when we think about there's some kind of match fixing under the sport bet, under the league. That time the government stopped the betting on local leagues. Immediately they stopped the betting on local league, and we find out it was not very, very suspicious that we can stop forever. But we stopped like for a year for the betting on local leagues. But now, when I see there is a huge collaboration need to be transparent between how the revenue is located to the sport teams, to see if the athletes or the officials, like referees, are not manipulated. This is need to be done.
I see, Toyi, you are nodding ferociously over there with an agreement with things. So I'm going to put the operator question for Gasi on hold. I can see you have some thoughts on the matter, and I also want to address, as a sports analyst and journalist, you've obviously watching what happened with regards to sponsorships in the European Premier League and the removal of branding for the next season. What is your opinion on that? Do you think it's going to change anything? Do you think it's the right thing to do? And do you think it's going to filter through to other countries? What is your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was nodding because it was making a lot of sense in terms of bringing everybody to collaborate, and that's very key. And I feel that there's a lot to be done in terms of raising the standards, in terms of setting the boundary, in terms of protecting the integrity of the game, particularly in Africa, in our local leagues. The developed leagues have been on for a long time. There's been community involvement. There's been, they have supporters, little kids who grew up supporting the club. So there's a little bit more attachment to clubs than we have in some parts of Africa. Our leagues are young, fledgling, and so we may not have that same level of patronage and followership that we see in some of the major leagues in Europe. Although when you look at countries like Ghana, there are clubs that are, old clubs that have a lot of following that may not have some of the problems that the new clubs are having. But the point is, the operators have a lot to do when you are setting these standards, when you are drawing this boundary, and they have to be very strong, because betting can be addictive, you know. Someone spoke earlier today about setting the boundary in terms of having some checks in the systems, using AI to time out if you've been on the system for too long, or you've been betting all day, or you spent above a threshold, and then, you know, it times you out and you have to go. Like the playlet that we saw, there's a tendency that you want to keep playing, and the urge is that, look, I can make more. Even when you're losing, something tells you, one more push, you recover all you've lost, and it never happens. So the challenge that I think the operators and the stakeholders, everybody involved, the government, the federations, law agencies, you know, the financial institutions, the telecom institutions, everybody involved in one area or the other with gaming, betting, and all of that, is to come up with these guidelines that are going to be very strict to ensure that you're able to keep people in line. Because as there was a session yesterday about taxation that that opened my eye to a few of the things going on within the system. One of the panelists talked about the industry not understanding fully the concept of gaming and betting, and so they are playing catch up all the time. So the responsibility is on those who understand this concept of gaming and betting to come up with the guidelines, set these guidelines, set very high standards, or else those who don't understand the system will set those guidelines for you, and they're not going to be favorable, and people will lose businesses. So that's the challenge that we have, particularly in Africa with our leagues, to ensuring that we put these checks in place, and that we are conscious of the fact that if you do not put these checks in place, then there is the danger of losing the entire sports ecosystem. Because when fairness is gone in sports, when competitiveness is gone in sports, when the unpredictability of football games or sports is gone in sports, then sports is gone. And you don't want to imagine what will happen if sports is gone, you know. So that's the balance that we should strive to achieve when discussing issues of this nature.
Great, thank you very much, Gussie. Unfortunately, you've been very quiet sitting over there. A lot has been spoken about. I was going to say to you, what is your response to this, and any thoughts from what the panelists have said?
Yeah, thank you, Sasha. Just listening to the other panelists, I think anytime we talk about sports development, the biggest thing that comes to mind is football and the leagues and the rest, which are all the big things. But for the most part, we also neglect the fact that sports includes a lot more stuff, right? There's a lot more in sports beyond professional sports. And we're talking about sports development. It starts from the grassroots, right? I'll use our example at BetKing and what we've done over the years in Nigeria. As an example, we've adopted sports for people with disability. We take responsibility for the wheelchair basketball in the country. We take responsibility for players and sponsors. So focusing on sports that doesn't necessarily generate sports betting activity or generate money is how you actually can truly develop sports. So you're not necessarily investing in sports because you know that there's a business in it for you. So it's not just about the big leagues and big football and the rest of that, but really focusing on the grassroots, going to the kids on the streets who will need to play sports to get out of the streets, supporting it at that level because you have the capacity to do so, you have the resources to do so. When you do that, you are truly developing sports, and that's what we've done. We've built sports facilities around the country for communities to use, and in our case, we use Kingmakers, which is our corporate brand. It's not even Bet King, because it's not a place to generate activity for the brand. It's not a place to generate activity for the sports betting that happens on our brand. So when we really think about sports development, we need to shift our minds away from the big leagues and the big sports. As operators, we need to think about how to take sports to, tennis and basketball and all those other things. And in our case, we've taken up special sports, right? Because we really believe that there's a lot of value to in the big leagues and sponsorship for professional teams. There's a lot of work that has to be done from the operator side and also on the regulatory side. A very good example that I will cite is we have teams in our league today that have sponsorship from betting companies that are not licensed in Nigeria, right? Why is that happening? Why should that be allowed, right? What's the collaboration between the guys who are regulating sports itself and checking with the regulators within the region to ensure that you're not going to go take money from an operator that is not licensed to operate in the region, right? So, because that already shows you that there's illegal gambling that's happening in that region, for them to actually invest in that sort of sponsorship, which is an example of what has happened in England, where I think Everton and a few other teams have been notified to discontinue a certain sponsorship. So there has to be collaboration as well, because that in itself generates a level of protection for the operators, and because operators within a region have regulation and supervision, it is easy for us to maybe able to report things that we're seeing. But if unlicensed operators are sponsoring sports in the region, how do they report whatever they are seeing that's happening in the region to the regulators within the region, right? So the collaboration has to be full scale, where as we are being responsible in our sponsorships, we should also be responsible as teams to ensure that we are dealing with people who are supposed to be operating in the region. So I think summary is, let's all think beyond the big leagues and the big games whenever we're thinking about sports sponsorship and development. Let's take it all the way to the grassroots through all the other initiatives that we have access to. Thanks.
I really love that we ended with that, because I think we all know that it's about, the debate is how do we gain revenue, but also not lose the short-term goal with operators getting involved with developing from the grassroots up. So thank you so much for ending with that. We've been told to wrap up. It feels like this went really, really quickly. There's so much to be said. But just to close, absolutely there needs to be some regulation put into place, some collaboration. I love how you said, as an operator, how to incentivize and protect the players themselves and keep them engaged with with the integrity of the game. And thank you very much for everyone's contributions. I really think we all gained a lot of value. Do we have time for a few questions? No, I'm told we do not, but I'm sure you'll see us all around if you have any questions later on this afternoon, and thank you very much for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, please. A round of applause for them, please. All right, you can see them taking pictures. All right, please give it to them once again, please. A round of applause for them, please.
Thank you.
That was nice. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Not enough time. Okay, moving on to our next panel, and this should be the final panel for today.
The ethical boundaries are creating marketing strategies and solutions that prioritize player well-being. And the panel is sponsored by Gaming Tech. Please, a round of applause for them, please. A round of applause for them. And our moderator for today's panel, is Corinne Leon, Stakeholder Engagement Specialist, GREO Evidence Insight. Please, a round of applause for her. Yeah, that's your person. And the panelists are
Annalisa Emilia, Sales and Account Management, Sinot Games, South Africa.
All right, and the next person on our list is Job Weku, Business Development Manager, Fazi Africa, CEO iGaming Consults Africa. Please, a round of applause for him.
And we have Ibuku Bankole, Head of Content, Techspressions Media Limited, Nigeria.
Please, a round of applause for him, please.
Thank you.
And the next name we have here is Manuela Kara, Chief Commercial Officer, iSolution.
Yep. And last but not least, we have Olafadeke Akeju,
the Managing Partner, WYS Solicitor, Co-Founder, SLEC Africa and Legal Counsel, Africa Steel Rose Legal, United Kingdom. Please, a round of applause for her.
All right. Okay, so we have 15 minutes for this panel, yes.
Over to the moderator, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Well, welcome everyone and bienvenue à the last panel at AGE Lagos 2025. We're going to have to be brief, so no introductions. I might just dive right into my first question. So research shows that the more marketing, the more advertising, the more people engage with gaming. That's the point of marketing. But for some people, that can lead to harm. So we're going to discuss the ethical boundaries with gaming and marketing strategies and solutions. So my first question for the panel, I guess we'll start from here and then move down, is how do you, since you face pressure to maximize, to maximize revenues, but you're also facing pressure to adhere to ethical boundaries, how do you balance that? How do you strike that balance between the two and not cross over into breaching those boundaries?
Well, I would say that's actually a very tricky question, but I think it requires a lot of work on the side of the operator. For me, it's very important to market. It's critical to the business, it's critical to the bottom line, but when we talk about ethical and responsible marketing, we mean using the tools that we have and we know that cause problem gambling and incorporating them into our strategy so that we ensure we do not entice people. For example, I'll give you a quick example. If you speak to psychologists and you know how NLP works, which is neuro-linguistic programming, we tend to market in a way that actually programs people to gamble. We entice them, but we also subliminally telling them that they're guaranteed to win. Do this because it's better for you. We're giving them a sense of, you should try this because it's good. Now, that's not always the right thing to do. I mean, we can market, we can brand, we can say things in different ways, but we deliberately try and entice public to gamble. Now, there are it's only 15 minutes, sorry guys, I could talk like forever, but there are different people and markets that you're trying to attract. New players that are existing, you're trying to migrate players. And your campaign should speak to the people that you're actually trying to target. And that means it requires research. You need to use AI, you need to build those tools in, you need to know who's registered, who's not registered, and then create campaigns that suit that particular segment that you're trying to attract. And that's not just with SMSs, it's above the line marketing. Where do you market? Is that the right place to market? What's the LSM group? Am I giving them the right message? So being ethical means you need to think before you act, basically. And you can pretty much do anything, but you need to be able to speak to the right audience?
Thank you so much. I mean, it's great to be here. And she has said a couple of things that are very key. But one thing I would like to add to that is, as much as we're trying to be more ethical, I think one of the things is maybe we're trying to have, healthier behaviors, maybe gamifying these metrics that we're using. For example, some of us have limits on Instagram, for example. There's the limits and how far you can go. You can measure that. So I think as part of marketing strategies, if you begin to position yourself as a consumer-first brand, showing the processes that you're going through to be ethical, I think it's not just about doing the work, but also showing the audiences that you are doing the work. And when you show them, you become top of mind. Even when we're saying, some people are trying not to be addicted to gambling, they're like, these people are more ethical. They think of us, so I think it's safe for me to be here. That's what I'll say on that.
Good afternoon. So I'll just be brief. Now, from my experience, and this is something that we've done. Now, when it comes to, let's say, doing targeting advertising through SMSs, from my experience, what we did and what we saw was ethical was just coming up with some sort of customer segmentation where we know these are the guys you can tell deposit something like 100 shillings and get 15%. Now, you cannot tell everyone in your platform to deposit something like 100 shillings or $100 for them to get 15%. So it is good to always come up with some sort of segmentation whereby the low players, probably the guys who play with, let's say, like $1, $2, should be enticed in a different way other than, just generalizing the whole, message. So that is one. Now, the other thing which, my colleagues have mentioned is about policies. So it's always good to come up with policies where like this has to be done and this doesn't need to be done. So with these policies and guidelines, you tend to be, focused on adhering to those specific measures that you shouldn't cross these boundaries. So we shouldn't, tell guys to do this, which is a lie, or probably just do the impossible, something like, join and get 1 million or something, which we know it's not a fact. Yeah.
So, from our point of view as a technical provider in the industry, first of all, I would say that serious company around the industry knows that they should look for long-term vision and long-term strategy in terms of marketing. So promoting something that is really connected to the well-being of the players is a key factor for being sustainable on the long term. So I won't see marketing strategy and player well-being necessarily opposite things. I think serious company approach that with being aware that they have to go together for long-term plans. And as a software provider, we develop our platform, but it's something that is usually in the industry. There are multiple ways to measure the effect of the marketing campaign that have been set up by operators, and there are ways to incentivize long-term retention of the user instead of trying to get everything in one shot. That is exactly what operators should not do.
Right. So I'm going to take it from a game design perspective, because most of my co-panelists have spoken from the operator's perspective. However, we need a player's well-being starts from the kind of product that is being offered to them. More often than not, we find that products that we have these days are geared towards continuous play to keep the player engaged. And ultimately, as has been said by my co-panelists, that's counterproductive, because if a player then starts to exhibit problem gambling behaviors, chances are you would lose that player potentially for life. So to maximize the lifetime value you get for every player you acquire on your platform, you need to ensure that some of the games, the way we design games, it's such that, it doesn't promote compulsive play. That's one. Also, as operators, the way we use data, the data we get from operators, the way we apply AI. Everybody speaks about AI. Oh, AI, is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Whilst you can use it to profile your players, it's also very imperative that in profiling your players, you do not then use the information that you gather from that process, to promote compulsive gambling. Ultimately, that's counterproductive. Also, as operators, as stakeholders in the industry, most of the adverts, and I do not even speak about Nigeria only, I speak, perhaps across Africa, there's this sense of, it drives a sense of FOMO. That's the fear of missing out. You need to do this now. You need to play now. Also, some of the bonuses and incentives that are being offered, my goodness, it's just geared towards promoting compulsive gambling. And those are some of the factors that we need to take into consideration when designing marketing strategy. It's also ideal to go back to the drawing board, the registration process. I know that every operator's dream is to have a 2-3 step process and registration is completed, but what then ultimately happens is we then attract those who have no business being in gambling, the underage and the very, very vulnerable amongst us. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to be able to squeeze in one more question, but some really interesting answers about AI and product risk and using player data. I always love that one, and working in a sustainable way to have a sustainable market forever. And I'm one of those consumers who looks for companies that care about the things that I care about. So love those answers. So my second and last question is, I want to ask you all, how can marketing campaigns actively promote responsible gaming practices? So the self-exclusion, deposit limits, time limits, because often advertising is just the revenue side, the revenue generating, like play this game, you could win £1 million, dollars, whatever, but nothing about like you should set a limit, or stop when the fun stops is a big one in the UK. So maybe we'll start from the other end and work backwards.
Right then, I think some of the initiatives, strategies that could be explored could include actually advertising responsible gaming tools. I am yet to see an advert that says, for instance, we're XYZ brand, we care about you, use these tools, it's on the platform, it's all about you. I mean, that's an advert that doesn't promote FOMO, for instance. It's not advertising your products or initiatives, but it is advertising and communicating the fact that you actually do care about the players. Also, businesses could engage independent auditors to look at their marketing strategies and then properly advise on what and where they're going wrong. That would be a worthwhile investment for the long term. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that the transparency is key, both for the reputation of the brand, so giving the opportunity to the player being aware of what type of promotion are behind each games are a very effective way to give them the opportunity to evaluate the promotion. and not just run it without letting him know the details. So this is one thing. And one other aspect that I think it could be fit and give a concrete solution to this topic that is currently became a buzzword is the gamification process related to the gambling industry. Everyone thinking about, create this gamification process where users have to achieve mission to gain promotion or just to gain awards on the platform. Let's think about gamification like way to promote the right behavior and responsible gaming. So player could get benefits in splitting its playing time across days instead of on a single day. Or let's think about reducing his recurrent stake on the bet. So there is, I think, much space merging the gamification concept with the promotion of responsible gaming behavior.
For me, I'd like to touch on what is really working best in Africa, and this is influencer marketing. It happens in every jurisdiction in Africa. Nigeria, we've seen Adebayo. If you go to Kenya, you'll see, the bigger stars. So my proposal would be this: why don't we use the same influencers who are attracting players to your platforms, talking about the good things and what? We still use the same influencers to talk about, the effects of gambling. So as much as they claim, like, you stand to win A, B, C, D if this happens, but at the same time, they ought to, educate the public that, look, in the event this doesn't happen, then you're bound to lose. So it would be very good for, the players to have that balance, and if it fails, at least, they've got a notification from the same influencers that pull them to that platform. Yeah.
I think we're pretty much all on the same wavelength on this. So just like you said, education is very important, and how we go about educating them to be responsible is very important. So as much as has been said that we need to gamify, incentives as they're playing games, and if they're staying with the limits that they have set for themselves, then maybe give them some rewards that could work for them. And then also, like he said, beyond just influencer marketing, create real-life campaigns of what happens to people, have stories of people who gamble, just like what we watched, the play that we watched earlier, have real-life experiences of, the dangers of these, of gambling or, excessive gambling, and just run it. It's more relatable that way when we have these kind of conversations, as part of the marketing campaigns, and then it seeps into the minds of the players.
Okay, I'm going to say something that I learned at BIG, and we are here to share information. We don't even know half of what NRGP does in terms of the services that it offers in problem gambling. It is not something that is actually displayed by operators, or that information is not made accessible. You have to make the phone call, you have to get it in, but there's material, they do counseling, they do hospitalizations, they do all sorts of things. Now, marketing is going to happen, it's inevitable, right? To be socially responsible is to know what happens when things go wrong. To avoid problem gambling in the first place would mean not to target people in a way that is irresponsible. But then when you are sitting with the problem and you can pick it up by virtue of your stats, AI can pull out exactly how many times somebody's hitting a deposit. Based on what their income rate is, you'll be able to see whether they are exhibiting problems, gambling symptoms. We need to look at the information. The number of times somebody hits a button, it tells you what state of mind they're in. And while all this is happening, we can build triggers into systems where we can say, okay, fine, this person needs to be cut out at some point. Now let's just try and do some intervention. Something, the Autobot will come up and say, are you struggling? I see you've deposited like 10,000 rands. Are you okay? Do you need to take a break? Take a cooler. give them a cool down. We're not saying stop the process. We're saying just give them a period, a moment, a hot minute to sit and reflect and see whether they are in a situation that is not good for them. Now, we can build a lot of things into the platforms that are not there because we've got a blank workspace to work from. There's nothing, and that's a fact. But to understand this is to work with psychologists, to work with the responsible gaming institutions in the world, and to come up with a scorecarding system that we can actually place within the system that gives us proper information as to where we are. Conversion rates and marketing. If I actually look at a campaign, and I know my time's up, but I just have to say this. If I look at a marketing campaign and I look at it tomorrow, I will see results. But if I look at it 6 months from now or a year from now, I'll pick up problem gambling. We are not looking at what we have in the right manner, and therefore we can't detect these issues. So the idea is to understand what the issues are and socially manage them. And that's my piece. Thank you.
I think we're at time, but I don't see the host, so I might sneak in another question. Oh, hi. Okay. So thank you. Thank you for all your insights. I know there's probably a lot more that you could share, but it is, our 15 minutes are up, our 15 minutes of fame. But yeah, thank you. Round of applause for the panelists.
Do we have any questions? I think it's only fair to at least take a question.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. Do we have any questions in the audience? Okay, we have one question in front. Thank you. Okay, it seems we have two questions.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Obatola Olugbenga from the Lagos State Internal Revenue Service. Yeah, marketing is good. And companies are in business to make money. So because of this, they need to have good marketing strategies for them to be able to have enough customers. But then, we need to bear in mind the fact that gaming is something that needs to be taken away from the underage and the vulnerable. When you look at Nigeria, for instance, there are even some states in Nigeria where gaming of any sort is not allowed. Now, the question now is, what are the steps being taken, especially by Lagos State Gaming Authority, to make sure that these underage and the most vulnerable set of people in our society are shielded from participating in this in a gaming exercise? That's just a simple question. Thank you.
I don't know. Lagos State in particular, I don't know if we have anyone on the panel who can answer that in particular, but maybe for your own jurisdiction.
The state? I can speak to Lagos State. So, should I go? Right. So, for Lagos State, there is actually a responsible gaming policy regulation that guides the matter to which you're speaking about. And I know that they do have an enforcement team that goes around from time to time to oversee what is being done in terms of retail. I think the challenge that we have predominantly is probably in the online space. Ideally it should be more difficult for underage persons to register online because they're required to submit their IDs to establish that they're over 18, and this needs to be verified as well. But this isn't always the case. Sometimes there's been incidents of underage persons using their parents' devices or to place bets or to set up gaming accounts. It's usually easy to identify or identify this one-offs at the point of payment or when they're making claims for winnings when they win. So at that point, the operators come in. But from a regulatory standpoint, there's a policy and the regulators are trying to implement. Can the implementation be improved? Perhaps there's always room for improvement.
Thank you. Would you like to add to that? I think a mic is off.
Hi. So just quickly on that, I mean, just like we are using AI for a lot of things, we can use technology to drive this, which is your biometrics. A lot of the operators don't have biometrics in place. There are some that do, so that when you actually register, it takes a picture of you, and when you are logging in, it takes a picture of you. So if you're in the online space and your child is using your device, and it requires you to verify yourself and take a biometric picture of yourself, it's going to actually fail you because it's not going to match. So there's a lot of technology that you can put into the platform that, well, one of that is biometrics. The other one is password verifications. You can actually have a two-step password verification system. So we can put mechanisms in the online space for underage gambling and player protection. I think what is key is that there will always be people that will give their devices to their children to use. We auto-save passwords. Maybe not having an auto-saving password system would help. And yeah, so quite a few mechanisms, but we just need to implement them.
Great point, actually. We have one more question in the front here.
Okay, my name is Chief Chima Ozurumba, SA Today, my DG, Notab. I'm from Notab. I always protect the players. Remember the first question I asked, and I'm asking you another sensitive question. You said creating marketing strategy and solution to prioritize the player. Good, that's a good one. You market for you to have expansion. Great. But the question is this. We have discovered that a lot is happening at the outlet. When players get winning, there's always embarrassment. Some don't keep to the rules of the game. How do we stop that embarrassment from the outlet? Because they don't keep rules. At times they fight with the players at the outlets.
Agents. Are you talking about agents?
The operators.
Okay, the operators in the
Yes.
retail outlets.
Yes.
I think it would be counterproductive for any operator to fight with their customers, the players. That would be counterproductive, and I doubt that that's what's happening. The thing about gambling is that there are terms and conditions, there are rules, and sometimes the players do not comply with the rules, or sometimes they feel that they have won, maybe in a match, in an event that was cancelled, for instance, and they still feel justified to claim their winnings. I'm not saying that's the only reason, but I'm just giving a very low-hanging fruit example, you know. So it might lead to issues. It might be a misunderstanding of the terms and conditions. And then also maybe the agents themselves are not properly educated. Temperament always comes in. You know, so maybe that's what you're talking about. But generally, you wouldn't find an operator, you know, fighting or having a public disagreement with their players. You wouldn't. Also, there are grievance procedures to resolve matters like that.
Okay. Thank you very much. And please, round of applause for our panel on ethical boundaries. Please do take pictures, photos. Cameramen, yeah, I think that those were some really valid points, and the question about underage gambling and how we could solve that. There are different agencies that can actually come together to help with making sure our kids are protected online.
All right, merci.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was sorry about that.
Okay, so we do have a draw coming up, 2 draws. We have the age draw and we also have the bang bet draw. But
bang
before
bet draw.
that, we have one more presentation, which is on gambling in Africa and can monopolies lead the way to safer practices. This presentation will be done by Daniel Grabher, CEO Comply Guard. Round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Please put your hands together for him once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Daniel Grabher. I'm from Austria. I'm the CEO and founder of Comply Guard. And I'd like to present a little bit about our observations of the African gaming market. So we're an IT GovTech company. We're based in Austria. We have different offices in Europe. As you can see, we're active in 25 countries. And I think a very important information is, I want to start off with the current situation, the global gaming situation, and also having a spotlight into Africa. So this report is not coming from us, it's from the Business Research Company, is one of a very respected companies doing research. These are the latest numbers. As we can see, they're really scary because gambling is a huge industry, and we have an overall share of 80%, which is happening in the black market on a global scale. And in emerging markets like Africa or Latin, it is even 90%. So these are very scary numbers. Before we dive into the African focus, I just want to share a little bit about where we are coming from, where I'm coming from, and what Comply Guard is, and how did it start it. Also the founder of GlobalBet, which is a brand of, a B2B brand, also very active, has been very active in Africa. As you can see, we have experience, so we have in our peak time processed 10 million tickets a day, serving 100,000 retail shops, and doing significant turnover. So I'd say we know how gaming operates only as a B2B supplier, but we know both sides. And a personal experience like 5 years ago for me in an African country has changed my whole thinking of, you know, why I'm in this industry and what is my participation to this. So it is more a personal thing with a moral background. Based on this experience, when I saw, you know, different things which are happening, not only in Africa, I think everywhere also, you know, in different emerging areas, you see a lot of underage gaming. You have a lot of, you know, unregulated things which are just terrible. I thought, okay, there needs to be another approach to the whole thing. So we need to come up with something to empower regulators and governments. So I've asked my team to come up with a bit of a research when it comes to Africa, and those numbers, they are not just like pulled out from our pockets. So these are numbers which we're happy to share then individually with respected countries and regulators for their country, how we came up with these numbers. Maybe just some slides here of countries where I know that delegates are also here participating. So these are screenshots from SEMrush, which is giving us accurate data of the search engines, so what is happening in the country. So this is from January 2025, where you see that non-licensed operators, very famous brands, international brands, are targeting the markets, yeah? Same here, in Rwanda, for instance. All the top spots when it comes to gaming are non-licensed in the country, and they're penetrating consumers. Maybe just a glimpse on Botswana. I know regulators here, and they're doing a fabulous job. So they have recently regulated the market, but obviously the international offshore operators, they don't really care a lot about that. So we see that there's a huge party ongoing in Africa, but it looks like the regulators and the governments are not always invited to the fest. So we need to differentiate of licensing models. So just to keep it very simple, I mean, having no legal framework or license in place, of course, and there are so many countries still nowadays which don't have it. It's a young industry, it's a very fast industry, and I know, speaking with so many different regulators and governments, so they're on the forefront. So they want to regulate the industry, and they're looking into what other countries, what more experienced countries are doing, what is the best regulation for our country. Then you have situations where you have very outdated frameworks. I was just putting an example into it with Papua New Guinea. We're working with them. We're advising also what makes most sense for their jurisdictions and for their environment to regulate. Some of the gaming bills and regulations, they're very outdated. So some of them are even older than the internet, so it's clear that it's not accurate for nowadays. And then we have the regulated areas where, as we can see on a global trend, it's pushing more into a multi-license model. I think that's because, you know, first of all, we see this business as a normal industry. You know, when it comes to the industry where you have a competition, where there's markets which want to differentiate. So that's the nature of, let's say, a multi-license model, or open or free market, as they say, where I think it's very important to realize that this industry cannot be compared to whatever industry, because it is a very sensitive industry when it comes to protecting the society. So it is really about public health. When you look at, when I speak about those things openly, so we're talking about addiction, and I think there's no other addiction than gambling, where you can lose your whole existence within a few spins or within a few hours. So it's a very dangerous thing here. And when we look into the regulated market, so when you look at the slides, I think something which, well, at least I haven't heard those 2 days, needs to be stated is that even in regulated environments and jurisdictions, there's a lot of underreporting happening. So I can give you an example, for instance, in DR Congo, where we did some research and we're working very close on an advisory level with a regulator. So the regulator has a legal framework in place since many years, and they have licensed operators. And I've been there in the country many, many times, And when you drive through Kinshasa and this country and the city, you see a lot of betting shops, you see a lot of advertisement of betting. So obviously there's a huge demand for betting and there's a very lively activity. But the reality is that the regulatory body is only generating $500,000 on annual base as gaming tax. So can you imagine a country with 100 million of people living there and they're just generating 500,000 of gaming tax. So it's very obvious that there is a heavy underreporting ongoing. And we heard it also yesterday. I mean, it's part of the discussion when not only in this industry, but in general, you know, governments tend, or policymakers tend to increase taxes because they think this is the go-to solution for everything. But in our case, as we can see, increasing taxes is also fueling the unregulated market, because especially in a case where, for instance, you take it from players, from the consumers, with withholding tax, as we heard yesterday. So it's a very simple example. So if a player is able to win $100 on a bet, and he can cash it out with a, let's say, non-licensed operator, which for him is not obvious that it's a non-licensed operator, and with a licensed operator, he's only getting 80 or 75 US dollars. So you can guess where he's going to place his bets. So I think it's about understanding what model should be implemented or which approach makes most sense. And also something which I would like to explain is a multi-license model. It comes with extensive administration and maintenance costs. So you can have a very good regulation on paper, as many countries have, but the reality looks different. So I think bottom line of this is that there's a huge misbelief that a multi-license or opening the market is the solution for all the problems. So I don't think that this is the case. So what I want to present is another approach to our industry. Yeah? So it's a new, completely new perspective, which, based on my 20 years of experience on all continents, I think makes most sense. And we should really follow those slides on a numeric level. So first of all, the most important thing, because we heard it those 2 days, we heard so many smart people talking about things like responsible gaming and all these AI and technology things. So I don't want to bore you with technology, but I want to get the most important things ready here, which we believe is going to eliminate the big portion of the black market. So first of all, there is a cybersecurity solution which is needed. Yeah? So we have developed something, we call it a web filter, which is analyzing the web and giving reports on a daily basis or even in real time of gambling websites which are non-licensed and targeting the countries. Many countries, they do something like this, so they have kind of a blacklist, Italy for instance. But nowadays, with all the technology and with those offshore operators, which are huge international enterprises, big technology companies, it's happening so fast that once a month is not enough. Yeah? For instance, Italy, they have been quite successful with blocking domains on a monthly basis, so they came up with a new list of findings of non-licensed operators. But still, they have a big portion nowadays of unlicensed operators and illegal gambling. And this is because those companies, once you shut a website down, immediately 10 new ones are there already. And the way they target the consumers, the players, is They do it not visible for us, so not like in the old days where you have a football match and you see the promotions on the banners. Nowadays, the targeting happens on social media, so it's on TikTok, it's on Facebook, it's on Instagram. This is where they target and where they funnel them immediately to the new websites. So this is something not visible to regulators' eyes. And therefore we have developed another tool, an add-on, which we call the web scanner. This is identifying exactly those things on social media and similar platforms which is talking or which is promoting gambling. Again, here we're going to give immediate reports to the regulator, and then it's up to law enforcement what they're going to do with those reports. Then, of course, the big buzzword since ages already, not only in Africa, everywhere, is a monitoring system. So, some countries have implemented monitoring already, some not, but everybody thinks this is the solution to all our problems. Okay, let's imagine that monitoring is efficient and it gives you a transparency for regulated operators. That's fine, but you know, the big portion again is happening in the illegal field, and illegal operators, they don't care if you have a monitoring in place, they don't care about the taxation, they don't care about any rules because they don't play by rules. That's why the web filter is the first thing, and then the next thing which is efficient is a monitoring once you make sure that only licensed and regulated operators are able to offer their solutions. Part of our solutions, of course, is ready-made responsible gambling tools. And the cherry on the pie, which we believe is the only solution to make sure that the whole concept is going to work efficient, is a unified gaming platform. So even, let's assume we have a monitoring system in place. You know, nowadays there are hundreds and thousands of suppliers, platforms, studios who want to bring their products to the market. So, and I need to go a bit into the technology here for you to understand. If you want to have an efficient monitoring in place, you need to integrate all of these suppliers and platforms into this monitoring, and this is a huge effort. Italy, for instance, which I believe is the most advanced country when it comes to regulation, when it comes to the technical implementation of everything, we know from our own experience, sometimes you wait 1 to 2 years just to have your products implemented, because there's a huge queue. And Italy, you know, they have a huge department, an own IT department, so it's massive when you look at their staffing and the expertise that they have, but even them, it takes them so long to integrate. And their advantage, of course, is they have 30 years of experience, so they have started somewhere in the 90s to regulate online gaming and internet gaming, and they had the time to go with the market, where all the others and all the other emerging markets, they have no chance to do so because it's happening here, it's happening now. And that's why when we thought about it, the only way to have a fast and efficient solution is to have a unified gaming platform which is maintained and installed in the country and is fully transparent and accessible by the regulator and the government. So at the end, what we are proposing, or we want to bring near to the regulators and of course to their bosses, to the ministers and to the presidents, is if you want to do this right, you need to follow a singularity model. You know, often people tend to look for the savior, to look for somebody's going to do it for us. let's say, open market. The narrative is always, let's open the market, let's attract foreign investors, let them come here and, you know, make us a good money and make this a better place, this country. But the reality is it's not happening often, and especially knowing this industry, and I know the main agenda, which is profits and money, they don't really, if they have the opportunity, they don't really look at, you know, the ethical or the morality part too much. That's why we want to empower, or we want to encourage governments to really look at this model where they're going to be the center of the industry, where they're able to protect their citizens. We're talking about public health, we're talking about addiction, and we're talking also about taxes and income for the state and government. And the nice side effect here is you have a nice local empowerment component where, you know, you put your people first, you create jobs with fair salaries. I know that this is not always the case, especially in emerging countries. Here, another slide just to visualize a little bit how a state singularity model could look like for a government to really get on track immediately, overnight, to tackle the issues of this industry. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. I know it has been long 2 days, so those are my contact details. If you want to take a picture, if you want to get in touch with me later on, I'm happy to explain you more about our ideas and strategies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very insightful. Okay, it is time now for the Age Lottery Draw. And this will be handled by Miss Sarah Kelly. Round of applause for her, Miss Sarah Kelly. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. So I've got the honour of drawing out the card for the Age Lottery Draw. Thankfully for you, I didn't put my card in, so I've got very little chance of winning. But here goes. It's a blue ticket. Of course, if they'd given me some warning, I would have put my glasses on. Would you like to read it?
Okay, the winner seems to be Adeyemi Oluwadari, Minister in Change, Omolore Ministries.
He's gone.
Is that null and void?
Well,
does that make that null and void? Should we try again?
He's here. Please, a round of applause.
Ah, there we go.
Please, a round of applause for this guy.
That's cruel.
Wow.
Can I get the prize?
Please come. You know you are my friend. I know you win something, but you know, when you win, I'm your friend.
There you go.
I just have a question for you.
Congratulations.
Yes, big congratulations. Do you pray a lot?
Yeah.
Are you a pastor?
Yeah.
You're a pastor? Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Can you see? Oh, you have some enemies here. Oh. Yeah, because when I said your name, they said, no, he's gone home. Who did you offend?
My military.
Huh?
That's my military.
Your That's your ministry. Well, okay, good. Your ministry is working. You're working. Your prayers are working. Congratulations to him. Please, can we give a round of applause for him? Maybe, I don't know. Should we share what he has won? Oh, look at that. A big fat check. That's $500.
Wow. 500. Please, a round of applause for him. He's a pastor. I must go to his church. Come on, hold it. $500,000. Oh, okay.
$500. Congratulations. I would like to ask you, what are you going to do with the money?
First of all, I will pay my tithes.
I didn't expect anything else, to be honest. What about, okay, second?
I don't know for now.
Speechless. Oh, congratulations. Very happy for you. Don't forget, we still have another draw. Congratulations. We still have the Bang Bet draw. Thank you very much, Miss Sarah Kelly, for that. Okay, I think we actually have two draws.
Yeah, two draws.
We have Miss Sarah Kelly. We need you, please.
We
one
need
more
you.
time. Thank
One
you.
more time. You have to pick another one.
Okay, so there is still hope for those of you that dropped your cards in the box.
Okay.
So, second prize is coming up.
My pastor, tell me the name of your church later.
Should I do this? I think Sarah Kelly's run away.
No, she's coming.
Come back. Okay, I don't think I'm allowed to actually do it.
No, you can't do it.
Yeah.
Because you pick my name.
I will definitely not pick your name. All right, let's.
Please put your Instagram for her once again. Please put your Instagram for her once again. She's helping us with this.
Can I see the hands of people that actually entered the draw? I might be able to help you out. Let's see who actually entered the draw. Most of them are outside. Null and void.
Sorry, I just got off the stage and got back on. I like the adulation.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. What of our speakers? All right. Yeah, okay. Winner, second prize. No. They
can't do it.
Null and void. Okay. Moving on. Sorry. Okay, hopefully someone from Brentwood, Green Lotto. Adeosun Busayo. She is the territory sales manager at Green Lotto Brentwood Multi-Services Global Limited. Is she here? Is he here? Oh, what? Okay. Third time is the charm. Okay, would you like to call this?
Okay, Onome Osuya, Senior Marketing Manager, Bet Niger.
Is that allowed?
Onome, are you here?
Oh, they're supposed to look for Onome. Hey.
No, Onome is Omene. Omene.
They really want me to look for Omene.
My mom told me that my name is Omeneo.
Give me that microphone. Omene has some really loyal friends here because I just saw the lady run out to go and look for her. So I just want to ask, is Omene from Bet Niger qualified?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
If we're able to find her in the next 15 seconds, Omene, is that you? Oh, look at him, superstar.
Give a round of applause for Omene Osuya, Senior Marketing Manager, Bet Niger.
Winner of the second prize. Congratulations. I saw someone just ran out and called your name and called you, right? Yeah, you should actually give her something for that. Yeah, that's a very loyal friend. The other way, the other way. Congratulations. So, are you going to, you know the lady that helped you? The lady in the blue dress. Yes. Ireti.
Her name is Ireti. She's a colleague.
She's your colleague?
Yeah, she's my colleague. Hello, Ireti. Please come and share the stage.
Wait. She's sharing the stage. Is she sharing the money? She's sharing the money. Oh, I need colleagues like this. Oh, wow. Iresi, a very loyal friend indeed. A loyal colleague. And he has vowed here in front of all of us that he's actually going to share his winnings with you. See, I like men like you. We need more men like you in the world. Please congratulate Ireti as well. She's also a winner.
All right, thank you. Please a round of applause for them once again. Omene is going to share the winning with Ireti. One more.
Thank you very much and well done. Congratulations. All right, moving on to the Bang Bet draw, which will be handled by the CEO Botswana Authority, Mr. Peter Omolemo.
Please,
Please
a round of
Mr.
applause
Peter
for him.
here. Oh, here he is.
Okay. These are an announcement. Lagos Poker Festival by 3XC Gaming in collaboration with African Gaming Expo. A 2-minute speech from the CEO 3XC Gaming, Chebley. Okay. I guess we'll call him on stage later.
All right, so it seems we're going to have 3 winners for this draw. First prize is going to be 500,000 naira. Second prize, 250,000 naira. And the third prize is 250,000 naira. Okay, fingers crossed. I wish you all the best of luck with the Bang Bet draw. Mr. Peter, no pressure.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's gone.
Okay.
No traces.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
They don't carry me the way I don't know. They don't carry me the way I don't know. I can feel this vibration right in my head. Mind me. Never believe when they say they got you.
Third prize winner is number 0198.
Number 0198, are you here? Congratulations to you. 0198. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is nice, yeah. Please a round of applause for the lucky usher. The lucky usher. That's the third position.
Okay, that's the third position.
Now we're going to call the second prize. Can we move on, please? The second prize.
Thank you very much.
You have to close it first. The second prize. Please stay here. Thank you. Okay.
Just roll it.
Okay. Ouch. This second prize.
Okay, can we get pictures? Thank you. Thank you.
That is 250,000 naira. Wow. The lucky usher.
winner, second prize winner.
They've not picked it.
Yeah, we're going to pick it.
The second prize winner is 0191.
0191. Wow, please a round of applause for him. Run. Second prize. Congratulations to him. Wow, that is amazing. Wow. Congrats.
Stop, okay.
No, we don't need to roll it again. You can just shake it.
Okay, and for the third prize, we're about to pick.
The first prize.
First prize winner, 500,000 naira.
Second prize was 500,000.
Oh my God, first prize.
Now that's
Okay. This is the first prize. Yeah. Okay, once again, the first prize winner for 500,000 naira, the Bang Bet draw, goes to number
0076.
Is that your number? It's not. Wait to throw us off. 0076. Anyone going once, going twice? Not you. Going once, going twice? Okay, let's pick another number. First prize for 500,000 naira.
0119.
0119. Okay, let's put the padlock this time. Can you move that? They want you to spin it.
They want you to spin it.
Who is that? 0119. Should we give it to him? Were you sleeping before? Where were you? We've already timed already. We're moving on to another number. Should we allow him? You brought your whole team here, right? Okay, give it up for our first prize winner for the Bang Bet draw, 500,000 naira. Wow. Thank you very much. Congratulations. You are 500,000 naira richer today, courtesy of Bang Bet. Thank you very much. You can collect, all winners can collect their cash prize from Bang Bet's booth at the exhibition center.
All winners, please follow them. I know you will not, I know you will even follow them. We don't need to announce them. You will follow them. At this point in time, what do we have next?
First of all, I would like to thank you all for spending your days with us here at Age 2025. It has been an amazing event, remarkable, so many insights, so much knowledge shared, and I'm sure there are going to be a lot of implementations. Congratulations to all of you for making it and staying. And I hear there's actually a dinner and awards night. Looking forward to that. Invitation only though. So you are not invited, unfortunately. Sorry about that.
And you too.
Yes. It is now time for our closing remarks, which will be taken by the CEO of Lagos State Lotteries and Gaming Authorities, Mr. Bashir Are. Please, a round of applause for him.
Please.
Thank you. Please stay. Thank you. Testing, yes.
No problem, fine. Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, industry leaders, regulators and innovators, and gaming enthusiasts. as we bring the African Gaming Expo 2025 to a close, I extend my deepest appreciation to each and every one of you for making this event a resounding success. Over the past days, we have engaged in insightful discussions, explored emerging innovations, and forged strategic collaborations that will shape the future of gaming across Africa and beyond. This year's Expo has reinforced the incredible potentials of African gaming industry, an industry that is rapidly evolving, embracing technology, especially artificial intelligence and digital finance to drive the growth. The business climate is fast becoming a global village of commerce, where borders no longer define opportunities. Through initiatives like the African Continental Free Trade Zone Agreement, we are witnessing an unprecedented nexus between gaming, entertainment, digital payments, and AI, creating a seamless ecosystem that fosters cross-border trade, innovations, and financial inclusion. Particularly, AI is revolutionizing the gaming industry, offering advanced analytics, personal experiences, fraud detection, and responsible gaming tools that enhance both players' engagement and regulatory oversight. From predictive analytics, optimizing business strategy, to AI-driven customer experiences that ensure fairness and security, the technology is setting a new standard in the gaming sector. The integration of AI with fintech solution and entertainment platform is further accelerating African position as a competitive force in the global gaming economy. A special thank you to our esteemed speakers, exhibitors, partners who have shared their expertise and vision. Your contribution have made this platform a hub of knowledge and inspiration. To our regulators and policymakers, your commitment to fostering the transparent, fair, and responsible gaming environment are essential to the industry's continued success. As we move forward, let us take these insights, connections, opportunity, networking we have gained and turn them into actions. The gaming industry is not just about entertainment. It is about innovation, economic empowerment, global integration, and by embracing AI and digital payment, we can unlock new opportunities, drive financial inclusion, and create a sustainable gaming ecosystem for the future. Thank you once again for being part of this African Gaming Expo 2025. Have a safe travel and enjoy yourself for the rest of the time you are spending in Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you.
De cómo te me como le